public business. The emergency powers parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew Continuance Resolution 2022. And the emergency powers parishes of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover Continuance Resolution 2022. Also on the agenda, Opposition Senator Damian Crawford is down to give his contribution to the State of the Nation debate. Remember, all senators are allowed to contribute to the State of the Nation debate. The debate gives cabinet ministers in the Senate an opportunity to address their portfolio responsibilities while highlighting government policies and programs. Senators choose the topic on which they speak and are not constrained to a sector, as with the sectoral debates in the House of Representatives. That's what's on the agenda. It should be noted, though, that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed, unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Now over to the proceedings.
First of all, to the students, welcome to the Senate of Jamaica. I have had occasion to speak with a few of you. I want to say how pleased we are to have you here, and just to recognize that this is an important part of you being Jamaican citizens, and you're always welcome to come and see us anytime at all you get the chance, okay? And as far as the teachers are concerned, we thank you for keeping the Parliament in mind and coming to spend the day with us, bringing the kids with us today. Now I'm going to ask you, please, when you are going back, ensure that the drivers are taking the children very safely back to Ocherius. One of them complained to me that when they were coming over here, a truck hit off one of the mirrors on the truck, on the bus. So please go back carefully. We don't want to hear of any mishap between here and Ocherius, okay? So thank you again, and safe drive going back to Ocherius. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following: the emergency powers parish of Clarendon and St. Catherine and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Continuance Resolution 2022. The emergency powers parishes of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover, Continuance Resolution 2022. The Charities Act, Regulations 2022, under the Charities Act. The Charities Regulations 2022 under the Charities Act and its resolution.
Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate I will move a motion be taken today, please. Yep. Then, Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. And there it is. Whereas Section 38(1) of the Charities Act hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister may, after consultation with Charities Authority, make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to the objects and provisions of the Act and, without prejudice to generality or to foregoing, the regulations may, among other things, contain provisions in relation to A. Guidelines for the proper operation of charitable organizations, B. The protection of charitable organizations from being used for money laundering, the financing of terrorism, and other financial crimes, and C. The requirement for registered charitable organizations to use their best efforts to confirm the identity, credentials, and good standing of persons who provide them with financial contributions and other donations, including documenting the identity of their significant donors while respecting donor confidentiality, persons to which registered charitable organizations provide financial support or other benefits, and persons with which registered charitable organizations collaborate in carrying out their charitable purposes. And whereas subsection 3 of the said Section 38 of the Act provides that regulations made under Section 1 shall be subject to affirmative resolution, whereas the Minister, after consultation with the Charities Authority on the 2nd day of November 2022, made the Charities Regulations 2022, and whereas it is desirable that the Charities Regulations 2022 be affirmed, the resolution may be cited as the Charities, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. The resolution may be cited as the Charities Regulations 2022 resolution, and 2, the Charities Regulation 2022, which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 25th day of November 2022, are affirmed.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motion: the Emergency Powers Continuance Resolutions 2022. Whereas by virtue of Section 20, subsection 1 and 2b of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor-General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor-General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 15th day of November 2022, the Governor-General, by proclamations, declared that a state of public emergency exists in the parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, and further declared that the proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 20, subsection 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor-General for the purposes of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And whereas under the provisions of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor-General during a state of public emergency, by order, to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor-General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Regulations 2022 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3(4) of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulations so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives. whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives, providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the emergency powers, parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of St. Catherine and of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2022, were laid in the Senate on the 17th day of November 2022, and in the House of Representatives on the 22nd day of November 2022. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 46 days until the 14th day of January 2023, and the emergency powers, parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2022, continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the emergency powers, parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Continuance Resolution 2022. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor-General by proclamation on the 15th day of November 2022 shall remain in force for a further period of 46 days until the 14th day of January 2023. And 3. The emergency powers, parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2022, are hereby continued in force until the 14th day of January 2023. And Mr. President, I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will seek the suspension of standing orders in order to take the motion I have just read.
Thank you, Ministers. Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions for leave to, motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is intended today, Mr. President, to first move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members who have heard the question, those in favor? Aye. Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Thanks. Mr. President, of the many debates in which we engage in this chamber, I don't think there would be many persons, regardless of the side they take on the issue, who would not agree that debates on the extension of states of public emergency are among the most important, the most crucial, and indeed the most immediately consequential for the lives of Jamaicans. Mr. President, this debate is literally about saving lives. It is about this Senate agreeing to grant or remove the power to save lives, and more particularly, to do so in certain communities identified by the security forces as being under the greatest threat. And Mr. President, I want to just jump right in to the reality that states of public emergency save lives, because that is our ultimate goal, that is our purpose here today. And the numbers are crystal clear. Mr. President, in the release which was recently circulated, some numbers were shared. So I know that the public, to a large extent, is already sensitized, but I will just make reference here that in the 2 weeks prior to the declaration of states of emergency, there were 63 murders across Jamaica. And in the 2 weeks comprising that 63, there were 36 and 27 respectively across the entire island. 51, Mr. President, were in the 10 divisions which sit within this state of emergency. And Mr. President, I think it's important to note that in the first week of the state of emergency, there were actually 12 murders across the entire island, the lowest week of murders since 2015. And I know that is being discussed as quite an impactful realization across the island. 5 of those murders, Mr. President, were in the 10 divisions in which the state of emergency were declared. If we look a little differently at the numbers, Mr. President, just going week for week, and taking the 9 days before the state of emergency to the 9 days of the state of emergency, which led up to the 23rd, that's the last information I have, there were 23 murders in the 10 divisions in which the states of emergency were declared. So 27 across the island, but 23 within the 10 divisions during that 9 days from the 6th to the 14th of November. And in the 9 days since they were declared, that is from the 15th to the 23rd of November, there were six murders in the 10 divisions. So from 23 to 6, Mr. President, a reduction of almost 75%, 73.9 if you want to be specific, but 75% reduction. And looked at another way, 17 less murders, Mr. President, 17 less murders. Impossible to not acknowledge, in the 10 divisions, impossible to not acknowledge that this is the most effective means of saving lives in the immediacy. Mr. President, with all the other actions that we're taking, and I'll speak more about that, and in my presentation I do hope to address some of the points which I believe has been made by the opposition, both in that other place and within the public domain. And I don't seek to address these in an argumentative or combative manner, but to answer the points from our perspective, both for the purposes of this debate and to ensure that the listening public is also quite clear on the views of the government in this matter and why we believe it is so important and appropriate that we extend the state of emergency here today. So with all that we are doing, generally in respect of fighting crime, and with gains that are being made, it is difficult to deny the exponentially higher results in saving lives that are delivered by states of emergency. And if you can't deny the results, if the numbers are clear, Mr. President, one would hopefully then also support the realization that a government that is entrusted by the people of Jamaica to deliver, with the responsibility to deliver on the safety and security of law-abiding Jamaicans, that we must use the tools constitutionally available to us to deliver the best possible results to the people. So notwithstanding any hard positions that we have heard expressed before coming to this place, we really want to take this opportunity to encourage the opposition, not to support the government, but to support the people who crave peace and security in their community, to support the security forces who have said they need this and who are doing their best. In essence, Mr. President, I'm asking the opposition to support Jamaica. Mr. President, I'm asking that here in this chamber today that we unite but this come on purpose for peace and security. To extend the life-saving measures protecting the innocent men, women, and children in the parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, Hanover, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and the identified areas within Kingston and St. Andrew. And I am hopeful that if not all, that sufficient members of the opposition will join with us in this fixity of purpose so that the Senate will achieve the 2/3 majority, again, required by the Constitution. Mr. President, I've read the resolutions which seek to have the proclaimed states of emergency in those named geographical areas remain in force for a further period of 46 days until the 14th day of January 2023. Acting on the advice of the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff, and I find it's helpful sometimes for members of the public to understand the process that is gone through for this declaration to take place. Acting on the advice of the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff, it was assessed that the level of violent criminal activity experienced, continuing, and threatened in the named geographic areas is of such a nature and on such an extensive a scale that they pose a threat to public safety in the communities in which they are declared. And responding to this advice, Mr. President, responding to this assessment, on Tuesday, the 15th of November, the Governor-General acted on this advice of the heads of security forces and declared the states of public emergency for the said geographic areas. So this is not a simple process whereby, the Prime Minister one day just gets up and says, state of emergency. This is an involved process that relies on the analysis, assessment of the assessment of the experts, their advice and convincing of the Governor-General, their request of a process to be started, and the Governor-General being satisfied of the evidence they have provided and proceeding. Mr. President, the emergency powers regulations were gazetted on the same day. That is the 15th of November, even though it is regrettable that printed copies were not made available before their tabling in the Senate on the 17th. Similarly, the gazetted regulations setting out the names of the tribunal were also made available on the 17th. And they are in place and have been in place. Mr. President, I know that the Senate appreciates that the scope of the areas covered reflects the scope of the challenge faced by the entire country in respect of murder. No one is immune to the effects of violent crime. And Mr. President, I really do want to take this opportunity to commend the Ministry of National Security, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and the JDF, indeed all workers on the front lines, for the progress we have been making in reducing serious crime. They have been up and down a bit over the year. They have been up and down. But overall, we are developing an improved picture, and this is a result of the hard work and dedication of our men and women on the front lines, and as a result of this administration's unparalleled investment in training and upgrading the national security infrastructure. But, Mr. President, we are experiencing abnormally high levels of murders, predominantly gang-related murders. I believe 85% of the murders are gang-related and gang-related use of illegal guns, Mr. President. This is beyond the scope of normal policing. 1,300 murders in a country of our size before we have even completed the year is not normal. There is nothing in our hearts or souls that should accept these murders as normal. And they are beyond the scope of normal policing. This is the reality that we confront. So we believe that declaration of the states of public emergency, as provided for in the Constitution, are a legitimate part of the suite of actions necessary to give immediate to short-term relief for the affected communities and for the security forces to take the actions they need to return these communities to spaces which can be managed by regular policing. And I want to make it clear, Mr. President, that by the term give relief, I mean reduce murders and the attendant threats and fear that creates pressure on the people who live in these communities. Mr. President, as I have said before, and indeed members on this side and elsewhere in that other place have said previously, I want to make it clear that we're not relying solely on states of emergency to address murders or serious crime. And our actions over the past 6 years make this clear. But many of the actions that we have been taking will take some time for their full impact and benefit to deliver their ultimate results. Some are less tangible, like repairing and building 134 police stations to increase morale and well-being of our police. Some require building brick by brick, literally, and some require incremental movements because training police takes time. Recruiting police takes time. Recruiting in the JDF and in our National Security Corps, that takes time. There are human capacity constraints. So simply saying, put more boots on the ground is not a legitimate response. Sometimes you have to act even as you put measures in place to deal with the fundamentals. Otherwise, the blood will continue to flow. Mr. President, while we also have budgetary constraints, which are legitimate constraints, we have also been making significant strides and investment. National security now comprises 10.8% of the national budget. And even with that, because so little was done in this area for so long, it still requires strong managerial and strategic approaches so that we will make consistent progress. So, for example, I heard it said in the other place that we are not rolling out ZOSOs nationally because we have a narrow vision. Another member on that side, however, did later indicate and did admit that it was understood that there are constraints that prevent national rollout of the ZOSOs. They have to be scoped and scaled and funded in a particular way in order for them to be effective. In fact, this is why they are effective. This is why they are effective. So, Mr. President,
He doesn't support ZOSOs.
well,
So I don't know which mark only wants it.
I cannot answer that question. I cannot answer that question, sir, but when you take the floor, I do hope you will ask and answer. But Mr. President, I really do not want to lose the point. The ZOSOs are a good model. They're actually being reviewed by other countries who want to consider using them to address their chronic crime issues as well. But they are effective because of how they are scoped and scaled and funded. So we can either answer the opposition's call, water them down, change the model, have them not work and then be criticized for their failure, or we can retain the model which is working. It is in action. They are effective where they are. Balancing the use of resources as we've been trying to do, including by using constitutionally available mechanism of state of emergency. Mr. President, the government is concerned about the rights of its citizens. We're concerned about the rights of all our citizens. And we are deeply concerned about the rights of our law-abiding citizens. Mr. President, we have ensured that we have passed laws and will continue to pass laws to ensure that our security forces do not deprive citizens of their right to life. And any honest and objective assessment over the period will agree that by passing the Indicom Act, for example, and ensuring its effective implementation by undertaking systematic human rights training both within the JCF and the JDF, among other efforts, we have made sure that the ZOSOs and the SOEs have been implemented in ways which are vastly different and improved from any experience that Jamaica had previously with states of emergency. Mr. President, we regret the incident which took place in central Kingston earlier this week, but we take heart that our systems work. The relevant members of the security forces were removed and the investigations are underway. And I think it is a fair comment to say that it would be an unfortunate stretch to seek to argue that this particular incident is in any way characteristic of the behavior of the security forces under the states of emergency that have been implemented under this administration. Mr. President, I just want to look very briefly at just a little bit of the international context, and not even a fully international context, but noting Jamaica's status as an island state surrounded by waters more than 20 times our size. Members understanding and being reminded of how challenging it is for law enforcement to monitor and secure these waters. But we've been making progress. When we took office, there was no working Coast Guard vessel. None. And we now have 3. We now have 3 and 1 on order. Plus, we are to receive additional small, fast boats with radar capacity from the Japanese government coming out of Prime Minister Holness's visit there in 2019. We have received, I believe it's 2, and we have more to receive. Mr. President, we've also invested in a single aircraft, again, with the radar equipment that's required for monitoring. And this helps with addressing the activity of organized crime networks engaging in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and gun trafficking. These criminal networks, Mr. President, they're highly intelligent. And I think sometimes the public gets confused with some of the discourse that makes these criminals sound like victims, instead of the victims of their murdering behavior and their families being the people about who we are deeply concerned. So, Mr. President, these criminal networks, they foster crime here domestically and they foster it here from overseas. It bears repeating, we do not manufacture guns or ammunition here, yet the availability of guns to gangs continues to be a significant cause for concern and continues to account for the escalating murder rate. Mr. President, we are taking action to address this issue. On the supply side, not only addressing the matter of monitoring and intervention, but also deepening our engagement with our security partners, and in particular with the US, on fighting organized crime here, including the bigwigs ordering the murders and organizing from over there. Mr. President, we're also addressing our investigative capacity and the legislative framework in place to address the users of illegal guns. As we know, the Firearms Act has now come into effect, and this has come into effect after giving people the ability to make a choice to turn in their illegal guns. So now, the public, stakeholders, human rights advocates, generally stakeholders in crime fighting, should understand that the government gave people a choice. So when people are now held with illegal guns, we can understand that these are people who made a choice. So as much as we didn't get 0 the last time and 1 this time, as some people predicted, there were a significant number taken in. 121? 101, and then an additional 20 came in. I believe those figures will also be addressed. 22 seized, not part of the amnesty, but found during searches during the amnesty, and more than 3,000 rounds of ammunition. So I think that that can be considered a success, apart from the choice. But Mr. President, in addition to the Firearms Act, the Bail Act is now before the Parliament to address the matter of criminals being let out on bail and reoffending, or intimidating witnesses to weaken and destroy the cases against them. And then you hear that they get way. The government never make a case. The police never make a case. But you know, and the people in the community know, that it was because the people were in there threatening and intimidating and even killing witnesses. So the Bail Act, Mr. President, is seeking to address that issue insofar as it is possible for us to do so legislatively. Mr. President, further amendments are also being worked on to amend the old outdated Fingerprints Act and the Corrections Act. The drafting of the Enhanced Security Measures Act is also underway. I know that this has been a cause of some concern. The process started 2 years before COVID, and there was a draft. But we also are aware that there were significant policy differences. Mr. President, the government has gone back to the drawing board on the policy issue, and in particular, framing, if I recall correctly, the guidance I was given, there was a fundamental difference of opinion as to whether the power of detention should be retained as a power under the ESMA. The government believes that it must be a part of the framework. Otherwise, you are back at square one. But, Mr. President, there's a rescoping of the policy and redrafting which is taking place, and the opposition can be assured that we will come back to them once it is sufficiently progressed to allow for the nature of discussions that would take that forward. So, Mr. President, we just want to assure the public of Jamaica that while this has taken longer than we would have wished, it is very much still on the legislative agenda. But again, timing of legislation and the time to save lives, 2 different paths, Mr. President, which is why we are here. Mr. President, just to, as I indicated, I said I would address some of the arguments that I have heard. One of the points is that, or the assertions, is that the government is using states of emergency because we don't have a plan. Mr. President, to deal with a serious and multifaceted problem of crime and indeed violent crime, we are everywhere from the Commission to assess the matter of violence and increasing support of early childhood institutions and addressing the matter of dispute resolution in schools on one hand, all the way on the other side to ensuring that we're dealing with cybersecurity and terrorism and maritime support and intervention, and everything in between. And, Mr. President, these are all under Plan Secure Jamaica. There are portfolio plans, there are operational plans, there are divisional plans, and they are all aligned to ensure that the entire security architecture is working to bring us to that better day, Mr. President. More cameras are being rolled out, more technology being used, more efforts to ensure the effectiveness and efficiency of using the resources, human and other resources that we have. So the technology is intended to supplement manpower, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Crime Monitoring Oversight Committee, the CMOC, which includes not only the opposition but private sector and other stakeholders, I'm advised, is meeting again on a monthly basis, and the CMOC recognizes, even the CMOC recognizes in its signed consensus, signed by all stakeholders, including government and opposition in 2020, the need to use the military in the security response where the murder rates exceed 32 per 100,000, a rate exceeded in all of the areas in which states of emergency have been declared. And Mr. President, the language of the consensus makes it quite clear that there is one reason and one reason only that was in there, and that was to use states of emergency. The fact is, this is your position now. This is your position now.
Mr. President. Senator Bunting, when you get an opportunity to speak, Senator Bunting, when you get your opportunity, you can clarify. Please. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to touch briefly on the matter of the use of JDF in SOEs. Because I've heard members of the opposition asserting that the government has said that we can't use the military without SOEs. And we have never said that. We have absolutely never said that. We have never said, in addition, that you can't have joint operations or curfews without an SOE. We've never said that. What we have said is that states of public emergency provide the most effective way to deploy soldiers with the police because of the flexibility that they give. Every time, and I want to repeat it, Mr. President, because I hear it so often and people repeat it as truth. The government has never said that you cannot use the military, and it's one of the reasons that we say that the CMOC document must have referred to the states of emergency, because otherwise, why would it refer to use of the military? Of course, we use military already. Mr. President, exactly, it's already provided for in the law. Mr. President, when you have the states of emergency, the JDF, the soldiers, can operate alone. They can operate with or without the JCF. So the ratios of the force multiplier effect, the ratios of the number of soldiers to police that you can deploy and have an effective operation in any particular area is massively increased. If you have to have one-to-one, meaning if a soldier is alone without an SOE and he buck up on somebody who should be arrested because they're in the process of perpetrating a crime, he would have to find a police to come back in order to arrest him, because the soldiers do not have the power of arrest without a state of emergency. And there are, the number of examples about the operational flexibility could go on and on, Mr. President. So for the record, and of course it's recommended by the security forces. But Mr. President, I made the point earlier, we are limited by the number of boots we have on the ground because of the time it takes to recruit and train and the cost of same. So effective use of our resources is absolutely critical. And the numbers make it clear that the use of our resources in operations under the states of emergency save the most lives and have the most significant successes in reducing crime in the immediate to short term, even as we do everything else that is also required. Mr. President, the security forces, and I want to make this point again, they do continue to make strategic and intensive interventions in joint capacities. Just earlier this year, just a few months ago, we had Operation Relentless 2. Last year, I believe we had Operation Relentless 1, where the JDF and the JCF worked together targeting criminal gangs, gangsters, and the scammers, and the illicit gun runners. This initiative had good success, Mr. President, but when you have as many murders as we are having now, it still has not been enough. And no measure to date, the fact remains, has compared to the reductions in murders achieved by the states of emergency declared. And Mr. President, if I can just look very, very, very briefly back, not only at this state of emergency, but just to look back at our, oh Lord, technology, you're really going to fail me now? I wanted to look back, Mr. President, at some of the reductions that took place under the states of emergency as declared before. But the document doesn't seem to be working with me. So someone else, of course. We had as much as 70% reduction, highest reductions ever in different areas. And this is why the public has supported them so much. Because they were quite simply, and no matter how it is that people who purport to be speaking on their behalf speak loudly and with passion, the people in the communities who are feeling the pain want the SOEs. They want the SOEs, and therefore it is our responsibility to try to keep them safe, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to now address the matter of the constitutionality of the states of public emergency, which is another point of argument which we have heard raised in the public domain and elsewhere. Mr. President, it has been stated expressly that the states of public emergency are not constitutional. That is, that what we are seeking to do today is not permitted. I want to be crystal clear, Mr. President, crystal, that there has been no ruling of the court, of any court in Jamaica, that has struck down the declaration of public states of emergency as unconstitutional. Let us be crystal clear. Let us be crystal clear. There has been no ruling of any court in Jamaica that has struck down the declaration of a public state of emergency as unconstitutional.
So it's a canard.
Mr. President, the courts, and let me remind that there are two rulings at first instance which are now under appeal. But even those two rulings, and I won't go very far because they are sub judice clearly, Mr. President, even them, they made rulings on the applications of particular aspects of regulations to particular facts. They did not make any ruling to strike down the regulations as a whole, nor strike down public states of emergency as a constitutional mechanism in these circumstances. They did not, and we should not continue to repeat it. Mr. President, I also want to make clear to the opposition, as well as to persons who have been concerned by the opposition's assertion that they submitted their concerns in writing on the regulations, and that in preparing the regulations which are now in force, I want to say quite clearly that the government has not only largely taken on board the concerns with the opposition submitted, but we also went further to address specific concerns that were mentioned by the court, and as is within the power of the government. And I want to say that the government proceeding in this way, Mr. President, that is making amendments to our documentation in line with matters which are before the court, which are with concerns that have been expressed, is not out of our power. It is entirely appropriate. It's not contemptuous any at all. And the Privy Council, which is our final court of appeal, love them or not, they are the final court of appeal, and they have already found in Madawu versus the state of Mauritius and another, that it is permissible for Parliament to amend and operationalize a law that is awaiting the outcome of an appeal. The JCPC, Mr. President, did not view the action in that case as one done with contempt, nor did the court even see it as an affront. The JCPC, the Privy Council, recognized that Parliament may have to take action pending appeal because the work of government must go on, Mr. President. So the regulations provide more powers than would exist outside of a state of emergency. But that's what the states of emergencies do. They provide greater powers. That's how come they are so effective. Mr. President, they mustn't go too wide, of course, and undoubtedly there are one or two things that could still be improved. But we would ask the opposition to really give deep consideration, to consider if the goals of the consultations which you would have wished to continue, and, you know, perhaps the approach was not optimal. But in circumstances where one could not even have anticipated that there would have been 100% agreement between the government and the opposition on the provisions of the regulations. Really want them to consider whether voting against the extension, if indeed we have addressed the substantive concerns, whether it would be the approach, whether it would be a proportional approach from a process perspective versus the substance of saving lives. Because isn't that our ultimate goal? Mr. President, we have followed the process. We have followed the process set out in the Constitution, and the language has been followed faithfully as well. Mr. President, we've heard the argument also that states of public emergency were not intended to be used and should not be used as a quote-unquote routine crime-fighting tool. I want to say expressly, Mr. President, that it is the position of this government that it is not being used as in this manner, and that this argument is actually at the very heart of the difference in how we see the issue, of murders and violent crime in this country. What is before us? 46 days, Mr. President. Mr. President, the security forces are quite clear that the levels of murder, extortion, and violent crime largely perpetrated by gangs are at emergency levels, and the government shares that view. Mr. President, we do not agree that the mere fact that they have subsisted above a particular level for some time does not make them an emergency. What we believe, Mr. President, is that it makes it even more critical for us to act now to stem the flow of blood. Mr. President, the heads of security forces assessed the constitutional criteria for declaration, and the government accepts that advice, and we have acted in accordance with the Constitution. The fact that previous governments did not make use of this constitutionally available mechanism does not make it wrong that this administration, which remains committed to people sleeping with their doors and windows open, Mr. President, that we are doing everything we can within our power and within the Constitution. So, Mr. President, I also want to look at this assertion that the extension shouldn't be supported, or the states of emergency shouldn't be supported because there's an over-reliance on the states of emergency. Mr. President, I'm not sure what this means, because there is no number of states of emergency permitted per year as set out in any constitution or any law. It is a power reserved for the government, recognizing that it can be exercised whenever the criteria are met. And these are broadly stated so that whether it is a natural disaster, Mr. President, or the disaster caused by the heartless, evil, murderous, and marauding criminals who feel it is their right to terrorize law-abiding, honest men and women and children trying to go about their business. They feel it is their right, Mr. President, to traumatize our parents and children with murders and threats of murders and rape and threats of rape and extortion. They can't set up a little beauty shop or a little barber shop without some, gangster coming to insist that he must get a part of their labor, of their work, their sweat. Mr. President, they cannot live in peace. So this government is very clear on where we are on the side of rights in this country. And we believe that the threat is on so extensive a scale, no matter how long it has been, too long, that is for sure, to endanger public safety. And that is why we are pleased that the Governor General was satisfied and that he has so declared. We don't believe, Mr. President, that there is an abuse or over-reliance because it is done more than once. The Constitution provides no such restriction. Well, Mr. President, I want to just say again on this point of over-reliance, We have never stopped doing the things that need to be done. Working on new laws, investing in more mobility, bikes, vans, trucks and vehicles and cars, expanding community policing, working with the JPs, churches and other community stakeholders and schools, Mr. President. That's where the Minister of Justice is now, out west, working with the stakeholders in the communities to try to also push for alternative dispute resolution and restorative justice, Mr. President. We also have the Just Medsit program that's now being launched in our schools to address the matter of violence there, because that's part of the cycle of violence in families and communities. It's all of this violence that's being fomented because children are not learning how to process their emotions and their anger. And teachers, I know that you're working on talking about your youngsters on this, how to express themselves when they feel. And the Just Medsit program, remember that they now have a jingle competition, so the artistic ones among you come up with your 30-second song and Just Medsit. 30 seconds to cool out. That's what it's about, taking a breath. And I'm hopeful, Mr. President, that even those approaches are being recognized, that we are doing all of the things that we can do. Family violence under the Spotlight Initiative, dealing even with public order and cleanliness. The garbage collection trucks are here now, and we're looking at clearing up the place because that affects people's state of mind as well. So we have to be ensuring that we bring the order to our town centers and cleanliness to the communities, recognizing that all of us play a part. But Mr. President, we are working against the dirty dunceness culture. The dunceness culture, we're working against it. What we want to foster is our coders and dancers and chefs and hospitality workers and actuaries and bankers. We want all of our young boys and girls to see themselves as big as they can dream, doing whatever they think they will love and be able to make them be their best selves when they grow up. That is what we want for Jamaica. And in order to do that, you have to live. You have to be safe. You have to be able to go to work and school safely. You have to be able to work, to go to church or the football field or the netball court, or to just take breeze when you have had a tough day. And that is what people do when their safety is not endangered by these heartless killers who don't care, Mr. President, who gets caught in the crossfire. Mr. President, it's not right not to do what we can constitutionally do to protect and preserve lives and to preserve our communities. Mr. President, Jamaica and her people, and in particular the communities identified in the proclamations of the government, are under threat from organized crime, terrorists, psychopaths, Mr. President, making it impossible for families and communities to enjoy the basic rights that the Constitution guarantees them. So the same Constitution provides corrective measures. It provides the government with the power to suspend some of those rights of the murderers and evildoers so as to secure the right of the law-abiding. Many of our citizens cannot, Mr. President, and I keep speaking about it because I hear it absent from many, many discussions. They can't walk safely because of fear of gun violence. They can't conduct ordinary business without the threat of gangs. Under our Constitution, those innocent citizens cannot and should not have less rights than the criminals in this society that move about with fear and no concern for their lives. Mr. President, the government must do what it can, and we ask for the opposition's support in securing ordinary Jamaicans' rights to safety, security, and freedom from violence. Mr. President, it is not anticipated that all that is required, even as we enter or come upon the festive season, which under normal circumstances requires more of our security forces. So we are asking for the opposition's support in ensuring that the emergency powers continuance resolution and the states of public emergency remain in force until January 14, 2023. And I really am asking, Mr. President, that members of the opposition, and the call is to the opposition, as all of us over here are quite clear, that we support the advice of the security forces, we support the effectiveness of the SOEs, and we will be voting to extend. But we're asking, let's be united in this matter. Let us save lives by extending the state of emergency to protect innocent men, women, and children. We can go back to the books and look at the regulations going forward if necessary. But let us do that with the certainty of now, with the certainty that the security forces need, with the security and the certainty that our communities need in the affected communities. Let us do it with the certainty of security of Jamaica. Let's vote together in support of the resolutions, and let's choose to save lives. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I must tell you that I have participated in so many of these debates for extensions of the states of emergency since 2018. I almost feel like I'm in that movie, Groundhog Day, where somebody kept waking up and reliving the same day over and over again. And, you know, I got up this morning and I read the editorial in a leading newspaper. And I decided I would take the recommendation on board. And in particular, the paragraph that said, the situation calls for calm and rational discussion, rather than the political sniping that has characterized too much of the debate on Jamaica's anti-crime strategy. Our starting position is always being wary of any schemes or arrangements that, except in the most extreme circumstances, carry the risk of infringing on constitutionally guaranteed rights and freedoms. States of emergency bear these risks. And it goes on, and I continue to quote, that the government has appealed these rulings, and it's referring to the two rulings that involving the men detained and also the regulations. It says that the government has appealed these rulings, raises legitimate questions of whether, given that the same issues could arise again, it would not have been prudent to stay SOEs for policing purposes until the appeals are ruled upon. And, you know, it goes on to speak to the situation of the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo in Buenos Aires. It's really talking about the era when Argentina operated under a police state, under military rule. And it says, we are inclined to say it could not happen in Jamaica. Yet there are memories of the political polarization of the 70s and 80s when Jamaica edged towards the precipice. That, in part, is why this newspaper urges calm discourse on questions of security and policing within the framework of the Social Partnership Agreement and the Crime Monitoring Oversight Committee. It is worth remembering, too, that states of emergency are not synonymous with policing strategy. So that was from the editorial of our leading newspaper this morning, the Gleaner editorial, because, you know, there's some who are suggesting a homogeneity in the entire private sector. The other short quote I would like to refer to comes from a letter to the editor this week, November 23rd, from Hardley Lewin, Rear Admiral, retired Commissioner, retired Chief of Defense Staff. And he has a letter to the editor which is worth reading in its entirety, but I just read one paragraph. It cannot be, and I'm quoting now, it cannot be that whenever we experience an uptick in criminal activity, such as to require a robust security force response, we merely reach for the SOE toolkit. In my view, that is a toolkit that should only be broken out in circumstances where a public emergency exists or is imminent and the life of the nation is threatened. And there are no less intrusive and restrictive means available to reach the same goal. This myopic adherence to merely pulling the SOE toolkit and using its tools in the manner to which we have grown accustomed will just not cut it. If we continue to do so, we could very well find that one day we really need a SOE, only to discover that we have turned it into a farce. End quote. Mr. President, I welcome the reduction in murder since the start of last week. Interestingly, it started even before the declaration of a state of emergency. The day before the declaration, there was not a single murder in the entire Jamaica. Not a single murder. 0 murder. But I know that the advocates of using state of emergency as a routine tool of policing will use that as proof that SOEs work. The Observer had put out a couple of days before that they anticipated that violent crime would go down during the period of the World Cup. And I can't dispute it. Usually things are not simplistically determined. There are a lot of different factors that come in. But all I would say to those advocates who are willing to use this year's figures, remember that last year, at this time, in November, 14th of November, we also had a state of emergency. And during the first week of that state of emergency, there were 38 murders. Yeah, I recall. 38 murders, week ending November 20th, 2021. That was 37% higher than the average week for the year. But nobody got up then, no advocates for the SOE got up then and said, SOEs don't work because murders went up. So essentially, when it suits us, we quote the statistics. When it doesn't, we forget them. The only thing I would say, and this applies to both sides of the debate, is that correlation is not causation. There is a certain randomness in how incidents of violence occur. I've been following it over the last 10 or 15 years. You'll be going 1 murder, 2 murders, 0 murders, 3, and then one day you have 10, the next day you have 9, and you just throws out your whole, what you hoped would have been a trend. But the minister spent some time in terms of speaking to the constitutionality of the SOE. And I want to stop here, Mr. President, to distinguish. There is nobody on this side that has questioned that the Constitution provides for the use of a state of emergency. Nobody is questioning that. The Section 22B was read by the minister, a situation where, quote, action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. Now, I was in the House when we had the original debate on the bill to introduce the Charter of Rights, to insert the Charter of Rights in the Constitution. In 2011, Jamaica had already been experiencing high levels of violent crime for a very long time. And it was never contemplated in that debate that it would be used as a routine crime-fighting tool. Indeed, I believe the debate was led by then Prime Minister Golding. And there was an emphasis that states of emergency under the new Charter of Rights were different than had existed since the 1962 Constitution. And the reason was that all you needed up to 2010 was a simple majority of the entire House and a simple majority of the Senate. This was a fundamental change in a bill brought by that side and supported by this side, which said, based on our experience and on the risk of executive abuse, that it felt that this was one of the few occasions in a wide-scale suspension of human rights that the opposition must have a say in its extension. So this wasn't our initiative. This was their initiative. But now, when the opposition uses its best judgment to determine our action, we're pilloried for using the exact same provision that that side championed. The fact is, in 2011, in that debate, enacted into law, the Charter of Rights enacted into law by way of a bipartisan constitutional amendment. The SOE procedure was considered a last line of defense to protect the state against the subversion of the constitutional order of democratic governance. There is nothing routine about it. It is not permitted as a crime-fighting tool. It is a serious invasion on the established basic human rights constitutionally guaranteed to all Jamaicans. So what we have questioned and challenged and disagreed with is that the conditions that must exist both on the declaration and on the extension, on every extension of the state of emergency, those circumstances must exist. We believe they must exist, and we have no say on the declaration, but on the extension, we have a say. Now, if the conditions, and this was pointed out in the opinion that we got from learned King's Counsel and shared with government, that even if the conditions exist upon the declaration, but the state of emergency is so successful that upon the renewal, those conditions no longer exist, then the opposition should not support an extension. Now, the minister has just pointed out that during the period of the state of emergency, it has been the least violent for many years. For 7 years, I think the Prime Minister said in Parliament. So that would say that certainly, even if the circumstances existed upon the declaration, the circumstances would certainly not exist now upon this request for extension. The government keeps saying that, well, let me say persons, but not just government. A number of persons keep saying, this is just a short-term measure. So just give them this extension so that by January we can put something in place. I think it's important to point out that talks started in December 2018. I think it was January 2019 when we had a session at Vale Royal and we shared the opinion of the King's Counsel. So 2019, entire 2019, 2020, 2021, and we're at the end of 2022. 4 years the government has had to find something to substitute for this. But 4 years in, they're still asking for more time. 5 years into the use of the state of emergency, they're still asking for more time. We don't believe that this is acceptable. The position that we have taken, that the way the government is using the state of emergency, the circumstances don't exist for the declaration, and then at the time of extension, the circumstances still don't exist. Our position has been supported by the two judgments of the court thus far. In the Everton Douglas case, the justice...
No, I think the matters are sub judice. I don't think we can actually
you
discuss the
referred
full...
to the rulings.
I didn't name any case, and I spoke broadly. Mr. President,
no, 1 minute. The basis,
I spoke broadly.
1 minute. 1 minute, Mr. Bunting. The basis on which you are... Speaker, Minister.
That he is misleading the House. No, sorry. That is secondary to my primary objection, which is that he is addressing a matter which is sub judice in a manner which offends the rule.
You raised it. You raised it.
Senator Bunting, address me, please. The minister has interrupted you, and she's saying that the issue that you are delving into is sub judice. I think that you are sitting beside senior and very competent counsel. So, be guided by her, that is to say, counsel who is on your left. Don't let me have to guide you.
Thank you. The minister was the one who raised these cases, and I am responding.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can respond without getting into the...
Please don't enter the debate again, Mr. President. We had this last time, and I know you don't want to repeat those unfortunate...
No, I'm not going to take any direction from you as to how I'm to operate in the Senate. I'm trying to be as reasonable as possible. Just bear in mind the rules concerning dealing with matters that are presented before the court. There is nothing to say that you cannot reference it. You cannot reference it. Senator Mark.
He's not interrupting you, sir. You need that man.
Just bear in mind, without going into the details of the case. Okay, Mr. Bunting, thank you.
Mr. President, two separate cases have seriously questioned the constitutional legitimacy of the post-2017 use of the SOEs. In one of the cases, the Supreme Court freed the detained men and made judicial comments supporting the view that this use of the SOE procedure was unconstitutional. In the other case, the Constitutional Court ruled that several provisions in the SOE regulations violated the Constitution. This is not. I'm just going to what the case is ruled.
But that is what is being appealed.
Senator Bunting.
And that is what he can seek to influence.
Senator Bunting, just
so it's different
minute,
from
please.
what the leader did.
Mr. Sinclair, you have sat in this chair sufficiently over the last couple of weeks to know the rules. Senator Sinclair, interrupting the speaker for what? Senator Sinclair, what?
Actually, trying to state the point of order, sir, that it is sub judice. How far the leader of opposition business is going and discussing the matter which is under appeal, I am saying it's sub judice. The leader did not go as far as that. So I've just put Mr. Senator Bunting.
Thank you very much. Senator Bunting, continue for me, please.
Mr. President, my exact point, had I been allowed to make it, was that since these matters have been appealed, albeit until and unless the appeal court overturns the judgment stand. Since these matters have been appealed, it is in that context we think it is highly inappropriate and a disregard for the cardinal constitutional principle of respecting the separation of powers among the three branches of government for the government to be continuing to use the state of public emergency in that way. Mr. President, the leader of the opposition outlined in the House that we have worked, teams from the opposition have worked for hours. A team led by Senator Donna Scott Motley, our Shadow Minister of Justice, worked with a similar team led by Minister Malahoo Ford, and we went through in great detail where we thought input was important. We have never refused an invitation from the government to make suggestions. In fact, when we met with the Commissioner of Police earlier this year, he pointed out that the most important thing under the state of emergency, and he repeated it at the press conference held at the declaration, that they have, I think he said it was about 300 violence producers, that they had intelligence packages, I think was the term he used, for. And these were the main targets of the SOE. Now, our position really is, if you want to demonstrate that measures are demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society, or reasonably justified in a free and democratic society, then you must be able to craft legislation that that doesn't suspend the rights of 3 million people in order to go at 300 people. We believe that there can be much more targeted legislation. In fact, the leader of the opposition has developed a framework for it. He has discussed it with the Commissioner and the Minister of National Security. and I believe he will shortly make it public, because we don't want it to be said that we're not about solutions. We are about solutions.
And saving lives.
And we are about saving lives. The fact that we take a position that a piece of legislation or the use of a piece of legislation is unconstitutional, I think should be respected, not vilified or demonized or pilloried. We do it sincerely. The real power to call states of emergency lies with the government, lies with the Prime Minister and his cabinet. If you don't care about the constitutional concerns that we have, then call repeated back-to-back 14 days SOEs. You don't need us to do that. The Minister of National Security has opined in the media that it's not unconstitutional. It's just not good governance, I think he said. But certainly, breaching good governance must be less egregious than breaching the Constitution. But the point I want to make is that you don't need the opposition's cooperation for that. So if you want to do that, and we're not recommending you do it, but if you want to do that, you do not need our cooperation. So why do you keep trying to pull us into it? Is it because you want to use us as an excuse? I hope not. I hope not. Is it because you want to use us as a scapegoat? It's not. You don't need us to declare. You don't need us to clear.
In the cabinet. They can call it.
Mr. President, like all parliamentarians, we on this side took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. We take that oath seriously, as the Constitution is the ultimate safeguard of the fundamental rights and freedoms of the Jamaican people against legislative or executive excesses which would abridge, abrogate, or otherwise undermine those rights. And I close by reminding colleagues of that oath. And I'm going to read it in the plural, because I think I'm reading it on behalf of all the senators on this side of the aisle. We, opposition senators, do swear that we will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Jamaica, that we will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica, and that we will conscientiously and impartially discharge our responsibilities.
Mr. President, a point of order.
To the people of Jamaica, so help me God.
When one person is speaking, another member cannot stand. When one speaker is on the floor, another person cannot stand. Foolishness.
They didn't take that oath.
Well done. Well done.
Chairman, President, on a point of order. Minister Hill has just declared us on this side in support of criminals. That you're lying if you say you didn't say that. And I ask that he withdraw such comment. I ask that he withdraw such comment, because I'm not going to stay in here with him when he described me as supporting criminals. I'm leaving.
I would ask, I think that that was not a sotto voce comment. It was very clearly heard. And it brings the entire Senate into disrepute for a minister and a member of the Senate to accuse the opposition of being supporters of criminals.
I'm sure that Senator Hill will clarify the comment that he made. Senator Hill? Senator Hill?
Mr. President, I did not accuse anybody in particular of representing Clarendon. Okay, I did not do that, and I certainly believe that I have the right to say sort of what I said. I did not call anybody. I did not say anybody was supporting criminals.
Mr. President, Natalie, just a minute. Mr. President, if I may. Minister Hill really knows better. And whether or not he has named someone, we all know that there are certain things that are just not said. What Minister Hill says, there can be absolutely no excuse or justification whether or not he named a senator. The fact that he has said what he has said is really casting aspersions.
Tell me what you heard him say.
Mr. Hill?
The fact that he has said what he said. Ms. Senator Hill, would you allow me?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You said that the fact that he has said what he has said.
What he has said is that we're supporters of criminals. All on over there. Right? Mr. President, we don't have to get into it, but the fact is that he said, we over here. No, we don't have to get exact word where he said, all of you are just over there. What he has said is that we are supporters of criminals. And Mr. President, you know that that comment is unbecoming. And we will not sit in here unless Minister Hill withdraws that statement.
So you say the position that the opposition is taking is based on the suggestion that Senator Hill said, you... No, but I know Senator Hill. I'm saying the position that has led to a partial walkout of the opposition is based on the premise that Senator Hill said, you are supportive of criminals. That's what you heard him say? Is that what you said, Senator Hill? I'm asking a question. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not, sir. I said nothing about you or you over there, nothing to that effect. That's an interpretation. You can interpret what you want. I said as such a voice. Clearly didn't hear, so what are you accusing me of? I certainly did not say you. I certainly did not say you or you over there.
Okay.
Then you didn't hear. Then you didn't hear.
All right, so hear what? You said sometimes we have to, as the arbiter, I have to make a decision that may just hold on a little bit now, please. Just Senator Fraser-Binns. No, you are not offended. You're not. You're not offended.
I have 2 young kids, and I don't want my young kids or their friends to think that I am a supporter of criminals. I am most offended that my colleague senator could think that I am a supporter of criminals. I'm offended.
Do not get your blood pressure up. 1 minute. 1 minute.
It will go up, you know. It will go up because all I have, all we on this side is our character and reputation.
There are times in the Senate when sometimes I think the biblical phrase is that a quiet word turneth away wrath. Yes.
Mr. President, I clearly did not say what I'm accused of saying. But for absolutely, and you know me very well, Mother of Sarah. If I said it, I would say it. I did not accuse you, but for peace, Mr. President, this is an important issue. If they heard that and want to misinterpret it, I'll rejoice, but I did not say what they say. But for peace, let's move on.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Mr. President, I rise to support the matter before us, and I do hope, given that my colleague...
Senator Rodriguez Campbell, you are recognized to commence your speech.
He has married me all the time.
Campbell Rodriguez. What did I say? Rodriguez Campbell. And
Yeah.
if we move without the preamble, we can move quickly on. Let's go.
Right. So thank you, Mr. President. Last we were here, one of my colleague senators from the opposition used a quote from Frantz Fanon, and it tickled me pink, because that is a quote that I carry inscribed daily. Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, define its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Michael Manley, Bustamante, that mission was to bring this great country through independence. Now, Norman Manley. Now, many since then have been wondering, what's the mission that our generation has to fulfill, or we stand the chance of betraying? And if we apply this specifically to Jamaica, the mission we have in 2022 is to solve the problem of criminality that is plaguing Jamaicans across this country. And we must ensure that we fulfill that mission and not betray it, and ensure that the Jamaicans that we are sitting in this house because of get a chance at the life that they want. I just want to say there are some numbers that I want each of us to remember. Now, you have the number 15. That's the number of private sector organizations that are supporting this idea of the extension of the state of emergencies across 10 divisions. I want us to remember the number 23, which was spoken of earlier by Minister Johnson Smith. It is the number of murders in those 10 divisions between the 6th and the 14th of November. The number 6, which is what that number dropped to. So 17 less persons were killed in the following, it's not a lot of numbers, in the following 7 days. Then we have the number 70%. And I have it there because I want us to think about it. It is more than a 70% reduction in the number of murders that were committed. It is a approximately 74%. That is important for us to remember. And I've put the numbers up there, not because there are a lot of numbers, but I want us to remember them, that this is what we're dealing with. We are at a situation where 2 weeks ago, I think it was, or 3 weeks ago, we were in here talking about the amnesty. And my same colleague, opposition senators, said nothing would really come of it, that we weren't going to get any guns. And that's what the 101 up there represents, the numbers of guns that were retrieved during the amnesty. So I want us to remember as well. Now, what has happened is that people, because of the narrative, because of the narrative that is being spoken of, think that the idea of a state of emergency is a JLP concept. it is a JLP concept. That's the idea that is being promoted. It is not a Jamaica Labour Party concept. It is a tool that is in our constitution that has been recommended by the head of the Jamaica Defence Force and the Jamaica Constabulary Force. This is not a JLP concept. And who in here has the right? I know you have the audacity, but you certainly do not have the right to question a recommendation that will save lives that is made by the head of the JDF or the JCF. That is a fact. It's audacious of you to even think of doing so. And let me tell you, and I'm going to say something that may even offend certain persons on my own side, but this is such an important issue. We are senators, which means we are appointed. Only 2 senators inside this House are elected in any form. Senator Sinclair, Senator Williams. How dare we, who were put here. Oh, and we could say that we have Senators Brown and Senators Gale who are here because they were elected as presidents of their trade unions. But understand what I'm trying to say here. In that other place where the elected members sit, they are speaking on behalf of the people who represent them, who voted them in. How dare us, who are elected, go against that? We were appointed. How dare us go against that? So we're basically saying we know better than the people of Jamaica in general, and we also know better than the head of the Jamaica Defence Force and the head of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. What has made us here as senators, as smart as we all think we are, think that we know better than all those people? No, for me, that's a principled position. For me, that is a principled position. I stand to be guided outside of what is my wheelhouse. Ask me about gender and youth development, and then I will challenge you, but I cannot, in good conscience, challenge what is asked of us by the security forces of this country. Now, if we listen in both traditional and social media, all we hear about is enough respect was not given to me, you never come talk to me. You also hear all manner of things, but what I have not heard is about saving lives, and that is what matters. We need to save as many lives as we can. Now, it has already been declared. I see it, I heard it on traditional media, and I see it on social media, that the opposition is going to vote wholeheartedly against this. I am a woman of faith. I am a woman of faith. And I am hoping that today we will get that one vote, because it is about saving lives. It's not about individual feelings. And I urge those who are so fervent in their belief that personal feelings are more important than saving lives, be bold, be strong, and let history and Hansard remember that you voted against it. Don't walk out of here early today so that you're recorded as absent, because then I lose respect for you. If you so believe that the lives are not worth saving, sit in that chair and vote no. Let history remember you for who you are. Don't forget it. I will end, because I know everybody wants to talk, I will end with another Frantz Fanon quote, where he said, "What matters is not so much the color of your skin as the power you serve and the millions you betray. Let us not betray the 3 million Jamaicans who need us to save lives on these shores. And I again ask the opposition, remember, saving lives matters more than party politics any day of the week.
Senator Webby. Senator Crawford, you report here before you go outside, man. Come here, man. Senator Webby, you are recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, it was really not my intention to contribute to this debate this morning, having made my State of the Nation on November the 11th. And I'd like to remind this Honourable House what I said in the State of the Nation as it relates to the state of emergency. Quote, Jamaica's homicide rate of 46 per 100,000 is the highest in Latin America and the Caribbean. To put things in context, this homicide rate is similar to that of a civil war. While I understand and respect the ruling of the courts regarding SOEs, I still maintain that SOEs has a place as a strategic tool to fight crime. And Mr. President, it is my opinion that Senator Johnson-Smith adequately addressed that in her presentation. I believe the SOEs would have reduced the current spike in crime if they were still in place. I went on to ask, Mr. President, of over the 1,000 persons who have been mercilessly murdered each year, what about their right to life? Mr. President, as I said, it was not my intention to speak this morning, and I know that some of my colleagues are not here. Mr. President, I listened very carefully to a radio program this morning, and I must say that I was extremely disappointed by what I heard. Disappointed but not shocked by the position taken by one of my opposition senators who chose to be not here at this time. What surprised me is that the position of the opposition was stated on a radio program without debate in this Honourable House. And as far as I'm concerned, that is a disrespect to this Honourable House. Without debate, a position has been taken. It is also, in my opinion, Mr. President, a disrespect to the security forces, the heroes of our country who are out there night and day trying to fight the criminals. It shows, Mr. President, a lack of political unity in fighting the greatest problem in our country since independence. It is saying to criminals that we are divided. Mr. President, the real reason for me taking my feet is that I heard the same opposition spokesperson criticizing at length, scolding, saying that they don't know what they're doing, the PSOJ, an organization that I have been associated with for 27 years and have served as a vice president and treasurer and an economic policy advisors. This organization has stood the test of time. It was started in 1976 by the Honourable Carlton Alexander and has taken us through some dark days in Jamaica, both politically and economically. So for an opposition spokesman to come and scold, and I would say us this morning, is very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Mr. President, she scolded the PSOJ for a media release, Kingston, Jamaica, November 2022. Let me set it clear in this Honourable House. This release is not the PSOJ, it's the release of 15 entities. I want to read them out. The private sector, the private sector organization of Jamaica, the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, the Jamaica Manufacturers and Export Association, Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, MSME Alliance, the Small Business People, Small Business Association of Jamaica, the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Negril Chamber of Commerce, the Westmoreland Chamber of Commerce, the Maypen Chamber of Commerce, the Jamaica Employees Federation, the Jamaican Union of Travelers Association, JUTA, Duns River Craft Traders Market Association, the man balling that if them don't have the thing, we mash up in business, the small craft vendor, Ocho Rios Craft Council, Jamaica Craft Traders and Producers Association. I want to set the record straight. That is not the PSOJ. This is a 15 entities, private sector and civil society groups. So for someone to come on the radio this morning and lambast the PSOJ is not good. Mr. President, let me just give you excerpts of what was said. I think it's important so we can all understand what is being said. The broad-based group of private sector and civil society supports the extension of the SOE and urges the Senate to pass the extension on the condition that the government addresses outstanding key issues critical in achieving full opposition support until January 14, 2023. Murders have declined since SOE is declared. Murders have declined since SOE is declared. Appeal for extension of SOEs through Christmas period until January 14, 2023. JCF and JDF recommend the SOEs. SOEs as an interim measure. Enhanced security measures. Political maturity required. I think, Senator Hill, you have been a member of the PSOJ. This is such a balanced letter. Totally non-political. So for someone from the opposition to come and lambast the organization this morning, who have invested billions and billions of dollars to keep this country going, I think it's regrettable. I think it's regrettable. And as you can see, I'm very upset about it. And so is the rest of the PSOJ. Mr. President, I'm going to circulate the release for all in the interest of time, because I think it's important that all my friends read it. So the question that I want to ask, Mr. President, for such an important decision, did the opposition meet with the leaders of the security forces to hear from them why they are requesting an extension before making their decision? Have the opposition met with the police commissioner and the head of the JDF? They're talking about if the private sector was to make a decision, we would have to meet. Did the opposition meet with the commissioner of police and the head of the JDF to ask them the basic question, why do you need a state of emergency? That is question one. I'd love to get an answer for that. The second question is, how could we as parliamentarians not grant the request of the leaders for our security forces when the statistics showed SOEs have been effective? Let me tell you something, and I'm replaying what you said on the radio this morning. When you have a general manager, Senator Crawford, in a technical area, and the general manager said to you, boss, I need X, Y, and Z. I need these resources. And you have the resources to give this general manager to meet your wider objectives. Because you can't tell a man you want to produce 20,000 bottles of whatever, and you don't give me resources. You give him a basket to carry water. Now, if the commissioner of police said that, listen, I need a state of emergency, back up by the JDF, and you don't give them, how are you going to hold the man accountable? When the man says I need it and you don't give him, how are you going to hold him accountable? You can't hold him accountable. That is basic management and leadership. Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, the lives we have saved by implementing the states of emergency could be that of our own loved ones, even our own. I strongly believe, as leaders of this country, we have every reason to, and we unite against criminals. They have caused so much pain, so much hurt, and so many tears. The criminals. It is frightening. Mr. President, I am in full support of the extension of the SOEs. If these demonic acts being committed by these monsters is not an emergency and call for an emergency action, I don't know. How many more lives are we going to lose? How many more lives are we going to lose? In closing, Mr. President, I'm therefore asking at least one opposition senator to vote yes so we can save lives. Thank you very much.
You are aware that your leader had said that there was going to be no more contributions, right? You are aware that your leader had said that there was going to be no more contributions from the opposition bench. I beg your pardon? I don't think that there is one member in this chamber that signed any letter. Are you speaking, Senator Crawford?
Thank you for the reminder. Now, Mr. President, we stand here today for the umpteenth time to discuss another extension in a state of emergency. Senator Dunwebby asks a reasonable question, that if a general manager was to ask for resources so as to achieve set objectives, would you give that general manager those resources? A reasonable person who has studied business or in business or is aware of business would say, yes, you'll give that person that resources. I therefore ask Senator Webby, if you give said general manager those resources year one, and have not received the returns, year 2, and have not received the returns, year 3, and have not received the returns, if you still keep him year 4, would you still be giving those resources when you have not received those returns? No, we're not reaching a script yet. Because again, Senator Webby...
Senator Gale and
yes,
Senator...
Yes.
Senator Gale...
And I will.
And Senator Webby, allow Mr. Crawford to present his his contribution in silence.
Indeed, Mr. President, I thank you. However, I stand corrected and educated by a businessman of great esteem. And he says, if you have a 5-year objective, you shouldn't fire the man in year 1. That was not done. 2018 came for the first time. It was granted every single time. 2019, multiple states of emergency and was granted on multiple occasions. 2020 still had states of emergency. But in every year of that 5-year, an astute business person will look at the trends to see if we're moving in the direction that is likely to achieve the goals that were set in the 5 years. I must put it to you that the trends that we look at suggest that we are not moving in the direction to achieve those objectives. One of the problems the opposition have as well is that the lack of a plan in existence does not educate us what the objectives are for us to be able to adequately analyze if it is moving in the objectives direction. Nobody has said to us as a country that in 10 years we want to be at 800. And therefore in 5 years we should be at 1,000. So that we can look at it to say, you have missed it in your case by 400 in your 5 years. There is nothing put before us for us to legitimately analyze what is one of the foundations of a plan, that there is an objective set. One of the biggest issues I have with granting an extension is how long is the extension for? What is the parameters upon which we can say we have achieved the period of either time or numbers? There's none set, except to say each time we want more time. Are you saying we need a state of emergency until the numbers of murders is 1,000? Then we say, okay, then you need it to reach 1,000. That's the parameters. Are you saying we need a state of emergency for 2 years? Then we say, okay, then you need a state of emergency and in 2 years. You are simply saying every single 3 months that I need more, I need more, I need more. No business would allow for their general manager to act in that way at all. The chronology of state of emergencies, we seem to forget. And the PMP have a way of forgetting history or not trying to speak to it. But the first state of emergency for violence in 1966 was called by Bustamante for efforts and activities in Tivoli Gardens, West Kingston. And the most lambasted state of emergency, 1976, up to Tuesday, I was watching yesterday Senator Bunting, the Prime Minister's presentation. He said, look at 1976. So I found the ministry paper number 22 that was placed in Parliament in 1977 about a review of the state of emergency in 1976. And when I read that document, it sounded so much like Prime Minister Holness's speech. I couldn't believe that they had a problem with 1976. It sounds so much like Senator Rodriguez's speech. I couldn't believe that she had a problem with 1976. Senator Brian will tell you that I wasn't even born in 1976. So I have to depend on just what I read to give me some insight. Senator Brian is in agreement with 1976. He says here, it is reasonable to say, and I quote, that the objective of smashing the link between politics and violence has been achieved to a large extent. The political tension has certainly been relieved as a result of lessening of political activity.
Sorry, who is saying that?
This is the report, Ministry Paper 22. Should I circulate it as well, sir? Okay. Because, you see, I'm only a simple man, but simply a man I am. So I can also circulate some things. Two major objectives of the state of emergency was to give the nation a breathing space. That sounds very familiar. 1976, that is lambasted by every single member of the Jamaica Labour Party. Up to Tuesday of this week, the Prime Minister was saying is a problem. It says it's reasonable to say the objective of, that breathing space to return to normality and to create an atmosphere of security conducive to the effective functioning of an economy. That sounds like 2022. This is the state of emergency that they said was improperly called, should not have been allowed, and is a shame on the houses. There were members, even in this house, that said there should be an apology for that state of emergency. The objectives seem the same. The level of confidence of the public, that sounds very familiar, is much higher now prior to the declaration of the state of emergency. This is a direct result of the actions taken by the security forces. This action includes flushing out of criminal elements in the society and detention of several persons who were engaged in crime but against who the police were unable to bring charges owing to insufficient evidence. Senator Bunting, this sounds like the 2022 speech or the one just made by the leader of government business. This sounds like they just copied and pasted. But they were saying this is an incorrect state of emergency and an abuse of human rights and a basis of apology. Well, this is what the report says. It says, in the corresponding period after, they undertook 836 raids in which 1,334 premises were searched, 2,202 persons detained for questioning, 581 persons charged, 101 firearms and 690 rounds of ammunition recovered. In the first 6 months of 2018, more persons were detained than what has been in this report. 2,674 in 2018 young black men were detained, of which only 100 and something were charged. The vast majority were charged with expletives. What? The use of expletives. Which is no, yes. Hold on now. It says, further, a large quantity of weapons and ammunition has been found by security forces since the 19th of June 1976. In the 10.5-month period prior to that date, 255 firearms were found. In the period after that date, and this is just sounding so thing, 460 firearms and 7,496 rounds of ammunition. The breakdown of firearms found was 136 homemade shotguns, 98 shotguns, 10 sawed-off, 39 pistol, 1 homemade, 179 revolvers, 8 homemade, 7 rifles, and 1 submachine gun. 1976. This is the state of emergency that the government said was the worst state of emergency, should not have been called, and was used for political practice and political gain. I don't know if I'm quoting from MP Holness's speech, but he says there was a tremendous increase in the number and types of explosives also recovered. I'm going to wrap up here because it's a 17-page document for which I will advise all to read. It says, the successes achieved by the security forces during the period under review owed a great deal to the cooperation of the public. The responses from the citizens had been good. They had given information for which would not have been possible had there been no state of emergency. We have before us the most critiqued state of emergency by the government side that is
Senator,
saying...
Senator, you know, I don't want to interrupt you.
Please don't.
But in the interest, no man, in the interest of fairness and honesty, what you are reading from is a policy paper. You need to read the Smith Commission report on the 76th state of emergency. That's what you are to read.
No, what you need to do is to WhatsApp your group and tell them what to read. That is what you need to do. You cannot tell me,
that's what you are to
all
read.
due respect, you want to tell me how to vote, how to think, how to read,
I
how
can't
to
tell
speak.
you that.
You don't involve yourself today. You must strike that from the record.
All I can do is tell...
And put it in the WhatsApp group. Tell them what to read. They have read nothing. So you go and tell them what to read.
All I can do is tell the people of
I don't
Jamaica
want
not
nothing
to
more,
be
Mr.
misled.
President, with due respect.
You read the Smith
You
Commission
cannot intervene.
where they were signing blank detention,
Listen,
blank detention
I
order
want
and
to know
lock up,
from you,
and lock
Mr.
up my friend
President.
Babsy Grange
Listen.
with blank detention form. That you for read.
Mr. President.
And Lambert
Yes.
ground, you don't even bother start because you walking on very sticky ground.
Yes, all right, I hear you. What I want, Mr. President, if these numbers are untrue, if you're suggesting that a government, which this document is from the government, is willing to be untruthful in the number of guns found, is willing to be untruthful in the number of persons arrested and charged, then why should we feel that you are totally truthful on that side if you're suggesting that this document is not worthy of being read? Why is it that we should think so? But because I wasn't born in 1976, I will move forward to 2018, a period for which I was an adult. In 2018, Mr. President, January, Matthew was there? January 2018, the government put forward that there was a need for a state of emergency. Before that, Mr. President, in May 2010, in advance of the attempts to arrest Christopher Dodoscook, an extradition warrant, a state of emergency was declared by Prime Minister Golding. Now let us not forget, with all the accusations about who is for and who is not for criminal activity, the greatest defense by a person suspected of criminal engagement was made by the government of the Jamaica Labour Party in 2007. They went as far as to hire lawyers and lobbyists on his behalf. None of them can claim that because the Prime Minister was a senior member of the Jamaica Labour Party, the leader of government business, and a member of the cabinet who made those decisions to defend what the United States referred to as one of the greatest violence producers in the Western Hemisphere. You cannot compete nor compare with me. But in 2018, Prime Minister Andrew Holness declared a public state of emergency in St. James, attributed it to increase in crime and violence in the parish. The Prime Minister said that the level of criminal activities experienced in St. James is of such a nature that, and so extensive in scale, so as to engender public safety. He said in 2017, St. James recorded 335 murders, almost twice more than the parish with the second highest murder in the same period. It has been given to the public that the opposition has never supported the government in a state of emergency. Much to my anxiety and to many of us in debates, the opposition said, give the government the leeway to do what the government was elected to do. It was extended 2017, January 30th, with full support from the opposition. They received an extension 2018, January 30th. It was then again extended May 2nd, 2018, with full support of the opposition, another 3 months. It was then again extended July 27th, with another 3 months to November 1st. It was then again extended October 19th, with another extension to January 31st.
And then it continued. In 2019, we stopped in December. It come back in 2020 and 2021. Multiple extensions were granted. I'm not going to call no name, but I remember one senator who was going to be absent from that side called to ask someone from this side if they would be willing to give the vote on his behalf. And that was done, and that was granted. That was cooperation from us as the opposition. While we were extending St. James, in March 2018, there was also another state of emergency. It says on Sunday, March 18, 2018, Prime Minister Holness declared state of public emergency in St. Catherine North Police Division, especially Spanish Town, Linstead, and Bagwalk. The basis of the declaration was a spike in murders in these areas. This was extended again in March 2018, extended again June 26, 2018, where the Prime Minister said, the next phase of our operation is not so much to go and detain the cornermen. The next phase of the operation is to use the space created and networks that we have uprooted to get to the mastermind and the kingpins. We are in different phases, and you will start to see the impact in months to come, stated the Prime Minister. Therefore, the opposition extended it again in September 2019, September 2018, and this time extended to January 2019. Because the Prime Minister never said in decades to come. He never said in years to come. We figured that if you get a next 3 months, then the months to come should be clear to us what you were doing. We are right back in St. Catherine, seeking another state of emergency. Another state of emergency. I don't know which commission I must read for that one. In September 23, 2018, the government of Jamaica declared a state of emergency in central and downtown Kingston. It's about 3 or 4 gone already in 2018. The public must understand that they're seeking 7 parishes, 5 in full, to catch 300 people. 2.7 million people. 300 what kind of people? It's because I know that you are innocent until proven guilty. You have to capture him and then prove that he's a criminal. But once you have enough intelligence, I will support you go to capture him. What I don't support is that you punish an entire community to capture people who are no longer in the community, because all the other states of emergency did not achieve what you claim it will achieve now. All the other states of emergency did not achieve. So why can't I look at historical trends and outcomes and say to myself as an academic, a statistician, a mathematician, a logical person, that if it never worked year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it now work year 6? Why can't I? Me not take no back of the class disruption today. No back of the class disruption. I soon come to that. Central Kingston downtown, Market District including Denham Town, zones of special operation. There was in Denham Town 2018 a state of emergency and a zone of special operation at the same time, and we're right back there. Why do you think so nobody else have no sense? Why do you feel that I cannot recognize that you're asking for me to join in a game of political football to mask your general incompetence? Why is it that nobody don't think that we see that? And I should feel ashamed when I am not a part of this political football, not a part of the World Cup? Mr. President, let us look at what has happened in recent time. Let's talk about 70%. Had I known all this time, 2018, when we asked for the crime plan, Senator Donna Scott Motley, you'd have remembered. 2017. Yes. And in 2018, I was admonished by Senator some order that I never read the document. Having read the document, it had no tenet of what a plan should include. It had no objective, it had no nothing. The Prime Minister knows that we have a crime plan because we have digitized the books at the police station. That is evidence of the crime plan. That's like watching football now, Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns, I don't know if you're a fan, and say, yes, France have a method of play because they're kicking the ball. Kicking the ball is the least of what to design a method of play. But they said that we should go and read it. If we knew in 2018 that the World Cup was a crime plan, we wouldn't ask for it in 2019. If we knew the World Cup was a crime plan, we wouldn't ask for it in 2020. We'd have just wait upon the World Cup. But if the World Cup is the crime plan, it is going to be short-lived. Disingenuous and untruthful communication. Let us look at some of the realities that we have historically when there is a World Cup. Let's look at some of it here. All right. The internet, they don't want me to tell you that one, so I'm going to go up on the phone. We have to prepare, you know. We have to prepare. Let's go. Mr. President, in a clandestine and underhanded effort to gain the benefits of the World Cup, the government and the Prime Minister ignored all trends that crime was increasing since April of 2022. Since April of 2022. I want to go back to the Prime Minister's budget presentation. And in his budget presentation, the Prime Minister said in March, murder was down by 5%. Do you remember that? Now that we see this kind of political machinations, we have to wonder if numbers are being funged to make certain speeches sound good at certain times. But what happened in March, I said murder was down by 5%. Then, in April, murder was up by 1.8%. This silver bullet of a state of emergency was not suggested in April when murder was up. If it's even one life, they like to say. Then, in May, murder was up 6.5%. He says, no, hold the line. Wait for the World Cup. Because if we wait for the World Cup, people are
Mr. President,
thank
point
you,
of order.
To Google this. Thank you.
Mr. President, this is the third time, to my recollection, that the Speaker has imputed improper motives, not just to someone from the lower house, but to the Prime Minister of the country. And I think it is something that we need to put a stop to. It is improper. For example, he has said it's 35.5 of your standing orders, Senator Scott Motley. It's stated there. So, Mr. President, he has stated, one, that the Prime Minister has indicated that the World Cup is a part of the crime plan. He has not stated that. He has also implied that the numbers have been fudged by the Prime Minister, and more than anything else, that one. He has to be made to withdraw that. Twice he has said the numbers have been fudged by the Prime Minister of this country and that they're questionable. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, sorry, 35.5 of the standing orders.
All right, Mr. President, have you ruled? Thank you.
Senator Crawford.
Yes, sir.
Well,
go ahead, sir. Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, just give me a second. Crawford.
Yes, sir.
My straight question to you is the use of the word. Have you accepted it?
Use
that
of
you
what
had
word,
used
sir?
the word that has been pronounced by Senator Campbell. The words that were used.
The senator suggests that I was impugning motive on the Prime Minister to say that the World Cup was a crime plan.
No, the word.
The second one is more.
That, again, sir, I said if you are suggesting that the document that I read from the government was not satisfactory and sufficient and should therefore be relied upon the Commission. Should we also question those numbers?
No,
I would never claim that, sir.
No, Mr. President.
I don't think that they... All right, sir. Until it can be provided, can I continue, sir?
No, Mr. President. No.
Okay.
That was the first time he said it. He said it just a minute ago as well.
Yeah, man, get the answer and we talk.
Yes.
Because I'll be here
and
for
that is what is being requested. And
Thank you, sir.
that situation.
And when we get there,
all right,
we will see the fudging.
Yeah.
That is happening. Mr. President.
Mr. President, the time being 1:20, I ask that the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day.
Question is at the time being 1:20 that the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Sir, I'll just quote some statistics for which many Jamaicans are aware of the impact of a World Cup on crime statistics. In 2018, Mr. President, the World Cup was June 10 to July 15th, 105 murders and 90 shootings. This was 52 murders less than the equal year and equal period, 2017, June 10 to June 15. And also, sir, this was 66 shootings less than June 10 to June 15. So in the period, and you can write it down so you can check it. Not even one, but I soon come to that. So I see Matthew want to check it, so I'll repeat. The impact of World Cup on crime. World Cup 2018, between the periods June 10th and June 15th, Jamaica had 52 less murders than equal year in 2017. They also had 66 less shootings than equal year. World Cup 2014, June 10 to June 15, Jamaica had 87 murders compared to 116 2013 same period. If I should do a quick mathematics, that is going to be 2107. That's about 30 less murders in that period. So to come in front of us to claim that there is some trend that exists in 1 week, Senator Bunting, as an engineer, could you take a trend from 1 week of activity and they ignore what happened in Augustown that went 1 year without a murder? And they have not proposed a replication of Augustown, but are proposing an extension of 1 week. And they never have zero like Augustown. When it failed in Augustown, Augustown lambasted the government for their disinterest in what they employed. In fact, the government have often claimed that the peace management initiative is of no real moment. I've heard the Minister of Security say, we spend so much money on community intervention, and yet crime is still up. If I should carry his... We have done it already, sir.
You're sure, President? The Speaker's time having expired may be granted a few minutes to complete his presentation.
What is it? What's the question?
The Speaker's time having expired, can he be granted sufficient time to complete his presentation?
Members should have heard the question. Those in favour?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So we come back, Mr. President, to set in the foundation of my assumption of political gamesmanship being played at this particular point in time. The improper accusations are being made of the opposition as we were unaware that the game was declared. So we were not participating in the gamesmanship. But since March of 2020, there has been a sustained increase in murders in this country, and the silver bullet of the state of emergency was not proposed until World Cup to then gain the benefits of World Cup. Gabby asks how convenient, let I tell you. April, murders was up 1.8%. If state of emergency was so great, it should have been called in April. However, Another 130 Jamaicans died by May. By May, it was up 6.5%. Nobody said, let's put in a state of emergency. No chief technical director, no commissioner, no, me not go, because I'm a part of one of them organizations then. If my fees pay. And I accept that we have a difference in opinion. If the PSOJ and the JMEA and the Craft Market and the Egg Farmers Association and the Goat Farmers Association, if they have a different opinion than mine, fine. And if they want to express it, I accept that expression. But do not feel that I don't have a right to my own opinion as well. I have a right to my own opinion. So when I hear Senator Rodriguez going to say, how dare you go against the police and you don't know as much as the police? 90% of the Jamaica people said they had no confidence in the commissioner. Why can't I be one of that 90%? So what I'm saying is that you move again, that in June it was up 1%. In July, it was up 1%. In August, it was up 4%. In September, it was up 8%. Nobody called a state of emergency to save at least one life. Nobody said, oh, let us do it and risk it not showing up. Let us do it when the World Cup is on so that we can claim 70% in 1 week. What happened in August, in September? You know, I'm glad you laugh because I have a quote for you, I have a nice quote for you. The commissioner said that in September there were 18 double murders and 1 triple murder. Why wasn't it called if it was so great? I see Senator Golding of good pedigree, Bruce Golding, is in agreement. Looking over with great agreement on me. Yes, attentively, and I enjoy it. I like that. Not disrupting me like some other senators over there. The commissioner said, and I quote, in the month of September alone, there were 19 incidents of multiple murders, 18 double murders, a triple murder amounting to 39 victims. The commissioner said that. Nobody mentioned in September, the whole October done. And it never come in till right before World Cup. When it is coming back down. The police is saying that the trends were suggesting it's coming back down. But make a look again. In October, it was up another 7%. And it's not until, I think, what, the 15th of November? The silver bullet is being commissioned. Why the senators never write something in April? Why the groups, what them name, the craft, me and them, my friend, I write the craft policy. Why craft vendors never say, in September, we are demanding of the government? Why they never did that? I don't have a problem with the PSOJ, because the PSOJ have a right to their opinion. But I'm saying to the PSOJ, I invite you to take a trip with me and go down to St. James and recognize that most police stations don't have a working police car. I will talk soon. I soon quote, man. Just wait, no, man. Be careful. Don't show up yourself. Wait. You will have your time. You will have your time. But you know, can come with me and then hold on. All right, I've been instructed. Make a look. I did some research, but all I said was that I invite the members of these groups, PSOJ, JMEA, craft vendors, to come and make us do a tour, and we will see the cars. And if we see the car, we say, oh, I stand corrected, I see the cars. So what's wrong with the invitation to do a tour? You asked earlier, did you meet? Didn't they ask earlier, did you meet with John Brown, Mary Jane, and Chantam? So now we say, let's meet on a site.
On a point of order, Mr. President. On a point of order.
Okay.
The member is misleading
hold
the
on,
Senate.
1 minute. 1 minute. Senator Crawford, give me a minute. Yes,
Mr. President, the member of the Senate has misled his colleagues and by extension the entire chamber in the country, and that comment must be withdrawn. The police stations in St. James have working vehicles. That is impatient of debate. He must withdraw the comment, or it must be struck from the record. Nothing, no gossip.
All right, you'll have a chance to make him think, sir.
Continue.
Ruling, Mr. President. And I'm on my feet, so you must sit when I'm on my feet at the same time.
No, but in fairness, he had sat down, you know.
Yes.
So what he's saying is that what you're saying is not correct.
So therefore you're saying that I'm saying he's lying?
No, but I never said that. But if you listen to me, what I'm saying, you know.
Make the ruling.
What he has said is not really a point of order.
Right.
He has given what he considers to be correct information.
Correct.
But your information, he says, is not correct. You are saying it is correct. So continue, and then he can correct it.
No, sir. I'm not only saying my information is correct. No. I'm saying his information is incorrect as well. Because Maroon Town don't have a working vehicle currently. St. James. Maroon Town. I see him getting the information. Spring Mountain, Montego Hill, and Coral Gardens have one. Sometimes not working. All right, Mr. President, I'm going to now say that many entities in St. James don't have sufficient vehicle for them to execute their, because I don't want it to be semantics. Okay, so I'm now saying that because sufficient is as important.
So you start
Okay, all right, so I accept. I invite the PSOJ, the JMEA, the craft vendors to come and see that sufficient vehicles are not within the spaces, and therefore all that needs to be done is not being done. I come back to the businessman. I come back to the businessman. I give a mason more block, more steel, more sand, more gravel, more cement, he make less house. And I shouldn't question why making less house. The things the JLP is trumpeting to be applauded for, they should be ashamed of that, oh, we spend more money. And you're getting less outcomes. You're getting less outcomes. With much less money. Senator Bunting, as Minister of Security, perform better than every single year. Every single year. And no state of emergency. We come again. We come again. Where was I again? They need an operation truck, etc. I will go further to show the lack of commitment which cannot be questioned. There was a position stated in 2017, I think November 2017. That position was the Office of National Security Advisor. Senator Brown, you remember the Office of National Security Advisor? The current commissioner was brought in to take up that. It says, the Prime Minister said, consistent with international best practices in other jurisdictions such as UK, Canada, US, India, Australia, and in the pursuance of a strategic national security management, a national security advisor is the principal technical advisor to the government. Who is that person now? Since the commissioner left that post and became the commissioner, why we don't want to be consistent with UK, Canada, US, India, Australia, and all these other places? Who is that person now? If all is being done. The chief advisor to the government, the prime minister, and is missing. Is no longer in position. Is that a lie? We're going to show lack of commitment. CMAC. You know about CMAC? Yes, ma'am. It is the crime monitoring, what is CMAC again? Oversight Committee. The chairman of CMAC, Senator Bunting, you need to hear this. The chairman of CMAC, I want some water. Then can't deny this. This is a quote. He says, the PMP has remained committed to CMAC since its inception. I quote, unquote. Distant. Like distant. Okay, a member of the PSOJ and the JMEA and all of those A's that exist. He then goes further to say, and I quote, "The Minister of National Security over the last 6 months had essentially taken a policy position not to take part in the proceedings, but that has now been changed." Commitment. When you make a policy decision not to partake in the Crime Management Oversight Committee and then come to say you're asking for us to agree when you make yourself absent. We now look into these things. Aren't we seeing what's happening? When they say, who is going to talk for the rights of the people who are murdered? I don't understand that question, because with all the states of emergency, more people have been murdered almost every single year. So when you come and then changing the circumference of reference, Senator Fraser Benz, you have 2 sons. I heard you had to remind some people before I came today that you have 2 sons. Imagine when they pass to Kingston College, they're going to carry home them book. When they pass to Kingston College, they're going to come now and say that, you know, I fail maths but I pass indices. Is that sufficient? And when they say, what do you mean I fail maths? They say, well, in the part that I study, I pass it. That's why the government is coming to the country. The government is saying we failed in the total of the nation, but the part that I study, we pass it in St. James. When Manchester is under siege, when St. Mary is under siege, when Portland now is getting 200% more than it used to get. The total number. And the government wants us to accept that there are neighborhood watch, that in the neighborhood it is all right. Not even the commissioner can come and say that in a part of Jamaica I'm doing okay, ignore the other parts. And we must accept and move forward. But I'm speaking also for the police officers. What about their rights? Who have been treated as not just servants but almost slaves. We don't forget the food that they used to get, the soldiers and the police. With millions of dollars being spent on porta potty. Why these things will not remain in the country? That millions of dollars was spent on the rental of porta potty for an activity that they expected to last for years. And should I buy the porta potty? We need to find out who rented those porta potties. We're going to come further again. They promised the police SOE pay and ZOSO pay. To this day, none of them have gotten SOE pay and ZOSO pay. Them tell me if you come today for talk against that. Their rights. Talk about that. Because what happens, Senator Brown, is that them get 10 hours per week for overtime pay, when some of them are being asked to work 30 hours more. Because with all the state of emergency, no additional resources or not sufficient additional resources are being sent to man these states of emergency. Knowing that the state of emergency is the intent of the government, it has not been a part of the discussions for the pay of the police moving forward. The Minister of Finance ignored that part of the crime plan and have not put in that conversation. That with what we expect of you, your pay should be different and increased. Why should we not speak to the police officers? Mr. President, I call upon the groups asking for the extension of the state of emergency to do a study on the degree retention in the security force. My information is less than 10% of people who go in with a degree stay in that police force because they're feeling that they're being abused by the requests and requirements that are being made of them. You're doing everything for the police force, and you're not doing that. The Prime Minister was blatant in saying one young man, 15-year-old, was found with a gun, and he's going to make sure, or not he, coming on, may have to be careful. They want to make sure that he's an example to all the other 15-year-olds. You think they're locking up a 15-year-old for 15 years is a better example than making sure them have food when them go to school? Because right now the schools are saying them cannot feed the children. We have more people in Jamaica who are in the pool for gangs than the pool for the police force. Because within our education system, 28% of them is getting what the police force require. So every time 100,000 people do that, only 28,000 can go to the force. The other 72,000 is more for the gang. What have they done to change that? The Minister of Education go on the radio to say she knew it was insufficient, but them have to go and make it work. And you're going to tell me that you have done sufficient? You don't listen to the radio, so you don't know. You listen to every station? Oh, you want to talk about that? She also said, no, but she don't listen to every station, so I know. She also said, because you're busy, you're in charge of the whole foreign affairs. You were in charge of foreign affairs. I couldn't expect that you listen to local radio all the time. You have to listen to foreign radio. She also said, this is the example of disingenuous communication. No, man, may I talk today? Disingenuous communication. In an effort to mislead the country. The Minister of Education stated that she gave a big number. Is it true most Jamaicans never see these big numbers before? It's so enough. She said that she gave 8.8 million for the 4 months for 907 children. A person who don't know the value of money say, what? I see on the internet them start to say the principal is a thief. I see them saying that there needs to be an investigation. Simple mathematics for 8.8 million for 907 children for 70 days is $121, I mean. $121 a day per meal.
You sure you don't have discount?
Well, at 1 meal I'm getting. 1 meal. 1 meal. So instead of saying that it is true that 121 cannot purchase a meal, she goes further to say that it is not to make a profit. How can 121 make a profit? A regular small food is $350. If they were making 102% profit, everybody would have to sell small food. It can't buy nothing. And we wonder why in our non-traditional schools there is a recruitment pool of persons not showing up for school. And you say you've done everything. We don't see sufficient evidence that you are doing anything to make we don't need a state of emergency 2027. We don't see no evidence that you are doing anything to make we don't need a state of emergency 2030. And so when you come and ask for 30 days, how many 30 days? 46 this time? How many 46 days? We can't support this one. We have supported many. We have bite with tongue. We have class with hands. We have closed with eyes. We have felt the pain of all the young men that have been scraped up. Most recently, 300 and odd was scraped up. The leader of the opposition spoke to it. The vast majority could not have been charged. Right now, in St. James, I think is 1 in detention. Don't worry yourself. I'm the backup. You see when I'm Gabby, yeah, me the backup. Yes, I'm the backup. I am talking for Gabby today. Me I talk for Gabby. Yes. Put me in, coach. Put me in. Yeah, man, listen, man. I win and never lose, so therefore, no matter what, Tivoli Garden next, I'm down there. Put me in, coach. Defending the people. I am defending that person who wants to keep a party this Christmas, who haven't been able to earn nothing throughout the whole period that you had locked down this country and locked down St. James. I want to say that the person who wants to look for him auntie shouldn't need a letter, and he's not a criminal. I want to say that without adequate lockups, you shouldn't carry the regular man and go lock him up with the worst of criminals for 2, 3, or 4 days. And when we remember Mario Dean, I tell you, we don't go like we don't remember history. He went in for a spliff, and he came out dead. The people who are jumping up are unlikely to suffer this indignity. That indignity. And all I'm saying, please accept that it is possible that outside of political gamesmanship, because there's no political gain. What stupid analysis is that we are seeking political gain by not voting for it, when everything is going against us politically by not voting for it? If there's any evidence of conscience, it is now. Yes. It is now. The funders and possible funders have said, no, do what we say. We propose. The people in many communities are saying we want more police, we don't understand, are they going to move? And we are saying that there is a court ruling, a constitution, and a reality that we still feel that this is not necessary. So to claim that we should be ashamed, that's why I make sure I come today in a Senator Bunty. Come never have a car. But me want everybody to know I am not ashamed. I was, but I would have convinced him to don't vote as I don't bother. I don't want a person to feel. I sat the last time and take that lambasting from the president about if we are elected. I'm appointed to do a job, and I took an oath on that job. Yes. And I'm standing up for those who are of the feeling that more should be done for the cameras, the Jamaica Eye. That should be in the letter. The Jamaica Eye, not even government buildings don't have Jamaica Eye. More should be done for the body-worn cameras. More should be done for the anti-gang legislation. The most recent that we all forget is out by the land that was being sold, accused to be, no, in Portmore, in Clifton. It was said in this house that it was a gang that they say was associated or supportive of the People's National Party. To this point, is one person get arrested. Why the anti-gang not kicking to make this person then now get in the rest of the gang? From the Prime Minister's constituents. What we again now? More need to be done with education. More need to be done with spending on the less fortunate. More need to be done with community policing and PART program. More need to be done with the violence interruption and the engagement of things like the TMI, the PMI. More needs to be done with intervening in the communities. More need to be done in finding the 200 car that was supposed to come for the police and it still don't come. The letter should have said that. The bandolo. And you're telling me you're doing all that you can. Mr. President, I say again, having given multiple yes, that today is a definite no. And I
Thank you, Senator Crawford. Senator Samuda.
Yes, please, call. Thank you, Mr. President. What we just heard as it relates to the 1976 state of emergency was a vulgar obfuscation of the facts. It was taking a ministry paper, which is done by the government of the day that would have implemented such state of emergency, and using that to give an impression. No, I didn't speak. I took a point of order. You will wait. The reality, Mr. President, they took a document, or rather Senator Crawford took a document that was written by the government of the day to justify the management, the reasons behind that state of emergency, and ignored several other documents that tell you the reasons, that tell you the behavior and the criminal motivation for the calling of that state of emergency. Mr. President, you mentioned the Smith Commission, but I also bring your attention to Honourable Pernell Charles's book that tells you and spoke to the fact that political persons were detained. You detained political opposition.
Senator Morris and Crawford. I was the only person that interrupted when you were speaking, Mr. Crawford. So just please allow them to talk, please.
Look, I mentioned the Smith Commission and then moved on to Pernell Charles's book. Two well-known representatives of the opposition were arrested and detained without charge, specifically to derail the political opposition of the day. It was a criminal act. Beyond that, and I will lend you a book, Senator Crawford, I'll lend you a book from someone who I know well, and he spoke to a traumatic period in his life, but didn't go into the details in the book, but I will share you some unpublished memoirs. A man who was never charged, never on a watch list by the national security. A man who was well known to be associated with the JLP, who had his family home raided by then members of the JDF and well-known political activists, and had to, after being abused himself, had to watch his wife and daughter assaulted under that state of emergency, Mr. President. It was a criminal, violent act, and it is a black eye on the people of the country. It is a black eye on the reputation of the government and the state, which was then led by the PNP. The reality, but I have read significantly more about it, obviously, than you have. The reality, to obfuscate that. Now, that does not absolve mistakes on both sides during our 60 years of independence and even before. There have been mistakes and certainly horrific acts committed by the state, pre-independence and post-independence. But to try and gaslight that one is offensive to all of the victims who would have suffered during that state of emergency, Mr. President. But there is no debate by any well-thinking Jamaican that that was an act of political criminality. So the Hansard reflects my position on that statement. Mr. President, I had prepared an hour-long presentation, presenting facts, statistical data, and in some way cajoling the opposition to see the light and vote for the continuation of this life-saving measure. However, on reflection and having listened to both the opposition Senate leader's presentation this morning and colleague Senator Scott Motley on the radio, yes, I did. I will keep it short because, to be frank, Mr. President, I should not have to cajole representatives of a political party seeking the best for this country to support a measure which has proven statistically to save lives. So I will not do so today, Mr. President. Mr. President, by way of proclamations, on November 15th, the Governor General declared states of public emergency. within the parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, and certainly within areas of Kingston, St. Andrew, along with St. Catherine and Clarendon. Mr. President, these areas were not chosen randomly. These areas have represented the vast majority of murders for longer than I have been alive. And something that I have struggled with since 2018, since this measure was introduced to curtail the rampant criminality and murders and gang crime in these communities, has been, why is it so hard to understand that what takes place in these communities and what has taken place for 40 years meets the definition of an emergency? I have looked in every source that I can find online, every old English dictionary that my grandmother left on her bookshelf, looking at varying definitions from Wikipedia, from whichever large journal you can find. The definitions use generally the same words and they mean generally the same things. A serious and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. An emergency is an urgent, sudden, and serious event or an unforeseen change in circumstance that necessitates immediate action to remedy harm or avert imminent danger. To avert imminent danger to life and property. According to Wikipedia, an emergency poses an immediate risk to health, life, property, or the environment. Most emergencies, urgent intervention, require rather urgent intervention to prevent a worsening of a situation. Mr. President, I have said here in similar debates in this chamber before, but we'll reiterate. Jamaica has had a murder problem for as long as I have been alive. The statistics prove that. It had a murder problem yesterday. It had a murder problem when Senator Bunting was Minister of National Security. It had a murder problem when the JLP was at the helm of government in 2007 to 2011. And it had a murder problem all the way back into the 90s. We have had a murder problem for 40 plus years when you look at the statistics. Quite frankly, as a Jamaican under 40, I can say that no one in my age cohort knows what it means to not live in an emergency situation, Mr. President. I've thought long and hard about this debate. I've started here deliberately, Mr. President, and I've reflected on previous debates that we have had around the use of states of emergency. I am left befuddled as how one can look at the statistics, one can look at the human impact, the death, the suffering, the blood, and not support this measure, Mr. President. Mr. President, Jamaica has a murder rate 8 times the global average. Jamaica has a murder rate more than 3 times the regional average. Mr. President, we live in the most violent region on earth, and we have a murder rate 3 times the regional average. But that side will tell you there's no emergency. Mr. President, as an adult, I have never known an absolute murder number in Jamaica less than 1,000. That means no one has gotten it right. That means that thousands of families have had to grieve. And we proved, the statistics read out by the leader of government business at the beginning of the debate, some of the very same statistics Senator Crawford chose to obfuscate prove that the measure saves lives. Mr. President, the failure of the state since independence to address its violent crime problem is clear. But it is also clear that in the way that we have implemented this measure and used this tool available to us in the Constitution, has saved lives. I recall the debate when the state of emergency was not supported in St. James, Senator Charles, the first time at the end of 2018. I don't know if you recall that debate, Senator Charles. At that time, Mr. President, murder in the parish had fallen by some 70%. Now, I've made the point here before, Senator Crawford, that one of my issues with the People's National Party as an institution is how it has managed its young talent, how it has damaged young people in the politics, my perception, because of how they have been used and the positions they have been set up to take and the places they have been sent. No, I believe that they have damaged my friend politically, and I've said it to him, so I have no problem saying. But when I see a political actor, because we're all political actors, when I see a young person who wishes to represent St. James being told to take a position, or rather, taking a position that is contrary to the people of St. James, to what all the stakeholders of St. James want, you see that the trend continues, and it is unfortunate. Mr. President, and we don't sell Senate seat. Mr. President, as I reflect, it is impatient of debate. It is impatient of debate that by any definition of emergency, Jamaica has been in a state of emergency all of my life. Mr. President, since the onset of the COVID pandemic, this region has seen unprecedented increases in violent crime led by gangs. It is not limited to Jamaica. If you look at New York, you look at Guyana found oil and as oil money. It's a very different situation. Hold on, let me finish. New York City, Seattle, San Francisco, Toronto, all throughout, El Salvador just put in place a state of emergency to bring down their far stronger than this. So if you're suggesting that we take El Salvador's route, I'd prefer if you say that into the Hansard. No, but I didn't disturb you. I took a point of order when you ran off track. So if you want to take one, you take one. The reality, Mr. President, is that we have seen violent crime surge in major cities and densely populated areas right across this region since the onset of COVID. The US in 2020 had the largest increase in murders they had had in over 20 years. And gangs in this region don't operate in a bubble. They are interconnected. We are dealing with multinational criminal organizations that have pushed our gangs to the limit, that have helped our gangs to operate in a paramilitary way. One of the points that I have also found difficulty with, apart from I don't understand how someone cannot look at the situation facing Jamaica that has faced us as not an emergency, is why we also continue to obfuscate the role of the military. It is not the same without the emergency powers given to them. It's just not. The detention is not the only measure. It is the fact that it functions to give the security forces a multiplier effect because the army is able to patrol without police officers. It is because they are able to have the power of arrest without police officers. They do not have that without the powers of state of emergency. Now, I don't know, I'm not going to get into ZOSOs this morning because I don't know what the opposition's position is on a ZOSO. The opposition insists ZOSO is not the answer to crime. No. So I'm not going into ZOSOs, Mr. President, because when Fitzjackson was the opposition spokesperson, he said it was ZOSOs, not SOE curbing crime. Then when Mark Golding spoke, he said ZOSO is not the answer to crime. So the truth is they don't know what the position of the PNP is on ZOSOs, so we're not talking to them about ZOSOs today, Mr. President. The reality, and to my... Can I speak in silence, please, sir? Can I speak in silence, President? Thank you. Can I speak in silence, Mr. President?
Senator Bunting, come now, please.
Mr. President, JDF does not function the same way it does without emergency powers. And Jamaica is not the only country that has realized when you have paramilitary threats, which is what these gangs represent, that you require a military response. Yes. It is why you have some emergency declarations in the US that have been in place since 1977 because they realize there's a threat with a paramilitary base to the safety and security and the lives of their citizens. But we seem to be unable to get our colleagues across the aisle to see the paramilitary nature of the threat that faces our citizens. You know, I had the opportunity, the privilege, the honor in 2020 when I was asked to serve as Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of National Security. And I can tell you, it was the most eye-opening experience of my life. But the most difficult part of it, Mr. President, was twofold. You wake up and there's a 5:45 report, and Senator Bunting knows that report well. And you see not just the statistics, but the next attachment that comes is the report that gives you a summary of the major crimes that would have been committed. And I can tell you, it is a very difficult document to read. Very difficult document to read. There are sections of it that I chose not to read, but you chose to meet with the officers who dealt with it to ensure that they had the support, both technical and financial, that they need for that particular section. But the second part of the difficulty was when you would read about particular crimes and the ones that were particularly traumatic to a community, you would have to go visit the residents who had suffered at the hands of these marauding gunmen. And there was one, and I remember I had mentioned it here, and I don't know how many colleagues recall on either side, the name Denique Salmon. Denique Salmon was a 5-year-old child who was murdered in her bed in New Haven down there at the bottom of the Haney Park. And the man is, because someone was charged for it. But this was, I'd say, the most difficult visit that I had to make. But I'm not speaking about the case. I'm speaking about the difficulty it was to visit her mother, to speak, the difficulty I had in speaking with her little friends who took you by the hand and showed you where she was. That's what I'm speaking about, not the case. And I said to you that this difficulty stays with you. Doesn't matter whether you're there or not, and I'm sure Senator Bunting has his own list of such incidents during his tenure that would stay with him. But the big takeaway for me was the nature of the crime. And this is in the public domain. It is quoting the Gleaner article from that time. The more than 60 spent shells from rifles on the ground. 60 spent shells from rifles on the ground, Mr. President, is not common criminality. Absolutely. That is a war between factions. And in war, you use your army, Mr. President. And my conscience is very clear that it is important for me to support this measure. My conscience is very clear, Mr. President, that people's lives have been saved with the declaration of states of emergency in the past. My conscience is clear, Mr. President, that it is a, sometimes I wonder, Senator Gale, and it is so shocking, and when you put together your thoughts, it is so difficult because you don't even understand why you should have to debate this, because it is so painfully obvious that this is required. And it is not my unique experience, because I think it's only myself and Minister Bunting would have had the opportunity to serve at the Ministry of National Security. So it is not just the unique information or the unique insight you have to the problem, but it is so patently obvious that some of these groups are paramilitary in nature. It is so patently obvious that their threat is a threat to the lives of Jamaicans, which makes it a threat to the state itself. Mr. President, it is very difficult to understand how there can be any greater consideration than the consideration of returning peace to these communities. We have already established, and it is impatient of debate, that the army does not function the same way without the powers that we have given them. We have stated, and despite the obfuscation and the best efforts, there is no ruling that says the declaration of a state of emergency is unconstitutional. We have established that the measures in the regulations before us deal with the concerns of the court, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have established that we have sought to deal with the disinvestment in the security architecture of this country, but that will take time. Mr. President, all of us here have had the chance to sit on joint select committees. We know the legislative work that has been done in national security. We know what's outstanding. Any reasoned position would say you have to hold the space until the legislative agenda catches up. It says you have to hold the space until you reap the benefits of the investments that have been made and are to come. Mr. President, the stakeholders of this country support the measure. Not just the private sector. Right across society, the churches, civil society, support this measure. The vast majority of the country want us to do everything within our power to curb criminality. And this afternoon, Mr. President, we are asking the members of the opposition to listen to what the people of Jamaica want. Support. You know, if you need legal advice, you call a lawyer. If you have a pain, you go to a doctor. You have an issue with an Excel sheet, you don't call Damien, you call an accountant. The reality, Mr. President, is we have to take. No, well, if he was looking at the Excel sheet, he would have acknowledged, because one of his statements was also patently false. The one that suddenly Senator Bunting had done better during his tenure. And he made the point that you can't speak to one community. So in the same way you can't speak about one community as the government of Jamaica, you cannot speak about one category of crime. The 4 years that Senator Bunting was there had more crime than the 4 years directly after. That is a statistical fact. So you cannot say he did better. Yes, you did. But you cannot speak to one category of crime. You also but you had more rapes. You had more house break-ins. You had more larceny. No, so what? So hold on. So you're diminishing the fact that you had more rapes? So calm down. Calm down. The reality is, the reality is you also had more murders by the time you left than when you came in. That is a fact. You inherited a declining rate and you passed on an inclining one. Yes. That is a statistical fact, Mr. President. Mr. President, this afternoon is not your normal debate. It's not your normal request for an extension. It is and I'm curious to see your vote, my friend Floyd. I'm ready to see your vote. But I'm more curious to see your colleagues behind your vote. Because I am not shy about saying that we are in this chamber are political actors. We are. And in the 2018 discontinuation of the state of emergency, I made the point. Because the then opposition cohort of senators went against the will of the people, they faced a political consequence in Western Jamaica. This will also bring a political consequence. But, Mr. President, it is my conscience that has told me to vote for this measure. Because I know in voting for it, we will give the army the power to save Jamaican lives. We will give the army the power to assist the police in disrupting these multinational criminal gangs. Mr. President, the murder rate since the declaration has fallen and will fall further if we give the security forces our support by voting for the measure this afternoon. Mr. President, with that, I close my contribution.
Sorry, you have other speakers, Mr. Bunting?
I intend to speak.
No, that's Senator Brown. The minister, Senator Bunting had indicated that there were no more speakers. No. I'm just asking.
I never indicated that.
No, it's not a problem, and I'm just asking.
There are more speakers.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to rise for Miss Lowe, 30 minutes? 30 minutes. I'm going to rise for 30 minutes to allow the staff to refresh themselves. The Senate now rises for 30 minutes.
Three factors can help you make safe choices when you're in an area of widespread COVID-19 transmission. Consider the location, the proximity to others, and the amount of time you spend there. Where does your activity take place? Open air spaces are always safer than enclosed spaces, particularly if they're small or without fresh air. Proximity to other people is also important. It's safest when there are fewer people around and you can keep more than 1 meter apart. How long does your activity last? The shorter, the better. Think about each of these factors and avoid situations where the risk dial is high. Small or poorly ventilated places and crowds of people for long periods of time. Stay safe. Lower the risk to yourself and others.
It's Friday, November 25. In the headlines, Jamaica marks International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Regionally, world leaders have agreed to establish a loss and damage response fund from the recently concluded United Nations Climate Conference, COP27. Internationally, China has broken the record for COVID numbers. And in sports, news from the Qatar FIFA World Cup 2022. This is the news on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. Today, November 25, is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, IDVA. The day also marks the beginning of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, GBV. gender-based violence is violence mainly committed towards women and girls, including but not limited to emotional abuse, rape, harassment, and female genital mutilation. The Bureau of Gender Affairs, BGA, will be hosting a series of activities to commemorate International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. According to a release from the Bureau, a church service will be held on Sunday, November 27 at the Fellowship Tabernacle, 2 Fairfield Avenue in Kingston, beginning at 10:30 a.m. to commemorate Hanover. During these 16 days of activism, the Bureau will join activists on observance of World AIDS Day on December 1. International Day of Persons with Disabilities December 3 and International Human Rights Day December 10. The observance of Hanover creates awareness on all forms of violence against women and girls and the impact on the country's development. More than 1 in every 4 women in Jamaica has experienced intimate partner physical and sexual violence in their lifetime. The first comprehensive Jamaica National Survey on gender-based violence revealed a prevalence of 27.8% women affected. Gender-based violence threatens women's right to life and to security of the person. Jamaica has a legal obligation to protect women and girls from domestic violence and sexual violence, including sexual harassment. The obligation mandated by the Constitution to protect the human rights of persons within the country extends to a positive obligation on the state to protect women and girls from domestic violence and sexual violence.
It is scary to see that the kids, they don't even walk home anymore because of the violence that is going on with the abuse of women, the killing of the women and stuff like that. And back in our days, we used to walk to and from school, but you don't see that anymore because of the abuse of kids, and it is just very, very scary.
The men them of today is very, very wicked, because when you look at a woman that bring you here and you want to rape them and kill them, I don't see why them doing those things. Go back again, and the children them, girl and boy, them raping them, then killing them, and without no cause, no reason. You don't have to do them nothing. You just go out on your own business and them just slaughter you like that. Take you and go rape you and slaughter you. I don't know, they must remember that there is a God, and they must look into their life and see how they live and know that they have a mother, a sister, and a brother. And those men that doing it, I don't believe them have a wife and children, because them couldn't have a wife and children and have that heart.
I love my children and I love my woman them. And I don't want nobody beat up my daughter, and I don't want nobody beat up my son. I like people with discipline. I don't like. Then if you have discipline and beat a woman, you try to pursue her to be smart or sensitive more. Instead of to be ignorant or ignoramus, you'll be more responsible.
First of all, I can't even understand how you feel you have the right to hurt somebody, to batter them and bruise them and mash them up. I don't understand how you feel you have that right. I mean, we're all equal in the eyes of God and in the eyes of man. So we should treat each other better. We can't treat each other like dirt, we can't treat each other like dog. We have to treat each other with the proper respect that is due to us. So we can't go on, so we have to do better. And even the littlest thing is starting to make a difference. So whatever it takes to just make that little difference, to make change your mind, just change your outlook, start treating people with respect and love and care. And because no matter how you look at it, there is no excuse for violence. There's no excuse for abuse.
If a man continue to kill off women and rape them and anything, it will cost women to pray against we and stop the we and them things. And without a woman, we can't reach man. we the children ourselves can't respond because we have a lot of power. I mean, like, come on. You have to think about it and look into it 2 ways. Can you spree for yourself?
No excuse for child abusers. Right now in Jamaica, we are traumatized of all the things that our men is doing to our children. They should be the one to protect our children, but they are not doing that. We want our community to come back like how it used to be. When I look out for your kids and you look out for my kids. We need to come together as one. Come back with the old time days. Come back with the old time days where we used to have community clubs, and I used to look out for your children and you look out for mine.
In order for Jamaica to continue to develop as a nation, we need to start to what you call rectify the problems in our society, and that is change the social behaviors of society, making the social behaviors to be more positive. And one step in the right direction is to cut out violence against women and children. Children specifically because they are the future for our nation. They will become the leaders of our country in the future.
For the times that have been coming back to Jamaica now of late, this is newsline, headline news, which is very sad. When you watch the television and you hear about the young child that's been taken and raped and maimed and killed and all of these sorts of things, and you think as a mother who have children, yes, it hurts to know that this is happening to young children.
The states of emergency SOEs now in place across 7 parishes topped the agenda in this week's meeting of the Senate. The areas under the state of public emergency consist of the entire area of land comprising the parishes of Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, Clarendon and St. Catherine within the established parish boundaries, as well as the police divisions in Kingston and St. Andrew, except for St. Andrew Central and St. Andrew North. The government needed to convince at least one of the 8 opposition senators to break ranks and vote to extend the SOEs or watch them collapse next week. Prime Minister Andrew Holness says the Fingerprints Act will be amended, allowing certain categories of people to take prints and photographs of people in custody with or without their consent once certain criteria are met. This includes specific offences named in the Act. Speaking in Parliament this week, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, who is also Minister of Defence, says this move will have far-reaching implications for Jamaicans.
We can't only be looking to protect the right to privacy of someone who could be a criminal or may not be, but we also have to balance to make sure that that person does not escape the control of the law to go and kill someone. That's our duty in this Parliament, to strike that balance. And as it stands now, with the legislations that exist, that balance is not being struck.
He notes that the changes to the Act will expand the offences schedule. The groups authorised to take fingerprints, as well as extend the time for the retention of fingerprints.
And this will be done to expand powers to the courts to order the taking of fingerprints and photographs for several offences which were not covered under the old Fingerprint Act, to expand the offences schedule, to expand the groups authorised to take fingerprints, to extend the time for the retention of fingerprints, and to provide for the use of approved modern technology for electronic taking of the fingerprint and for the storage of the data.
According to Mr. Holness, the amendments to the Act have already been discussed, and National Security Minister Dr. Horace Jang will table the new bill in short order. Director General of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, Dr. Wayne Henry, says the performance of the construction industry fell for the July to September quarter compared with the similar period last year. He shared the information on the development of this and other economic sectors at a virtual brief this week.
Contraction in the other construction category, which outweighed an estimated increase in building construction. The industry's performance was reflected in a 2.7% real decrease in the sales of construction-related inputs. Contraction in the other construction component was due to a decline in capital expenditure on civil engineering activities, largely stemming from National Works Agency, NWA, which disbursed $5.9 billion relative to $9.1 billion in the corresponding quarter of 2021. Expenditure was primarily for projects associated with Part B of the South Coast Highway Improvement Project, which is scheduled to be completed in March 2023.
Time now for the business report with Danita Rodney.
Jamaica Producers Group Limited, JP Group, and Pan Jam Investments Limited have announced an agreement which will see the amalgamation of the asset bases of both businesses, valuing more than $100 billion in what is one of Jamaica's largest ever partnerships. Details of the agreement were outlined in a joint release on the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website on Monday, which stated that Pan Jam will acquire the operating assets of the JP Group in exchange for a 34.5% stake. Pan Jam will be renamed the Pan Jam Jamaica Group Limited, while the JP Group will become the single largest shareholder in Pan Jam, with its shares becoming its sole principal operating assets. For your market updates, in foreign exchange trading for Thursday, November 24, the US dollar sold for an average of $154.96. The Canadian dollar ended trading at $117.22. The pound sterling traded for $187.11, and the euro sold for $163.01. In GSE trading, the GSE index advanced by 428 points, the junior market index advanced by 82 points, the combined market index advanced by 1,145 points, and the All Jamaican Composite Index declined by 1,154 points. Overall market activity resulted from trading in 97 stocks, of which 49 advanced, 33 declined, and 15 traded firm. Stocks advanced for 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited, Access Financial Services Limited, and Burrito Investments Limited. Stocks declined for CAC 2000 9.5%, Cumulative Redeemable Preference Shares, Caribbean Producers Jamaica Limited, and Siboney Group Limited. Trading firm were Berger Paints Jamaica Limited, Caribbean Flavors and Fragrances Limited, and Community and Workers of Jamaica CCU Deferred Share. The overall volume leaders were Wigton Windfarm Limited Ordinary Shares with over 14 million units, Sagicor Select Funds Limited Financial, and Sagicor Select Funds Limited Manufacturing and Distribution with over 1 million units. In regional stocks, in Trinidad and Tobago, Clico Investment Fund was the volume leader with over 70,000 shares, followed by Calypso Macro Index Fund with 34 shares being traded. On the Barbados Stock Exchange, Goddard Enterprises Limited was the volume leader with 1,500 shares. They were followed by Government of Barbados Bond Series B, which traded 1,360 shares. In regional business, British businesses looking to invest in Guyana have assured that the government and private sector will be allowed to decide the priorities of its investment. Newsroom Guyana has more.
From our point of view, the most important thing are the needs of Guyana. So we're not going to come in and say, this is what you need, because that's not the right relationship we want at all. The key word in the partnership agreement is partnership. And what we did today was we listened really carefully to the President, to his cabinet ministers as well, who were explaining to us some of the needs they think for the country. What we need to do now through the partnership agreement and the arrangements which we've made, is really find out what that means in some granularity. Because I think the important thing is establishing that partnership is important, but the really important thing is the so what question. So how are we going to work together? And that's what we in the UK and the UK government are all about. We would like to introduce quality UK companies to Guyana, companies who have delivered before with experience, companies who have delivered in Latin America and the Caribbean, companies with cutting-edge technology and solutions, so that what Guyana can choose from is the best possible selection.
I hear you on allowing the government to prioritize its own needs and then the UK response to that. But High Commissioner would also know that we have an experience where foreign investors would make their own proposals to local governments. So I'm trying to understand what sort of interests are your businesses coming into. Are you particularly interested in any area outside of what the government have asked you to look at? What would be the interest from your end?
Well, our interest is in the areas which I've mentioned to you. And the reason for that is, I think, and let me come back to the word partnership, we need to make sure that our offer matches what Guyana needs right now. And I think the areas we've talked about on infrastructure, just to pick that apart a tiny bit, we're taking a look at where we've got specialist companies who can work with roads, in construction of bridges. We're looking, when it comes to construction and operation of hospitals, the construction and operation of schools as well. We're seeing whether we can bring that expertise which British companies have and have of working in the sorts of environments like we have here in Guyana, and bringing those here, giving the Guyanese government a really nice choice of companies that they can work with. Now, our priority is to make sure that those companies bring efficiency, bring complete transparency, but bring quality. And I think that's the other thing I'd stress. The UK is here for the long term. Our companies don't want to come, sell something, deliver a service and then head back home. The companies we brought here in the trade mission this time around, but also the ones we'd like to bring in the future, want to have a long-term relationship with Guyana. They want to make sure that the products, the services, the contribution they make to the development of Guyana last for years.
In market data for oil prices rose in thin market liquidity, closing a week marked by worries about Chinese demand and haggling over a Western price cap on Russian oil. Brent crude futures were up 92 cents to trade at $86.26.
In regional news, stakeholders from Caribbean Small Island Developing States, SIDS, have welcomed the decision to establish a loss and damage response fund from the recently concluded United Nations Climate Conference, COP27, in Egypt. Minister Malouine Joseph of Antigua and Barbuda, chair of the Alliance of Small Island Developing States, says literally, all efforts have been exhausted to bring home the climate action commitments for vulnerable people desperately in need. He says, quote, "Our ministers and negotiators have endured sleepless nights and endless days in an intense series of negotiations determined to secure the establishment of a loss and damage response fund, keep 1.5 degrees alive, and advance ambition on critical mitigation and adaptation plans," end quote. In Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaican reggae artists Sizzla Kalonji and Capleton visited 3 schools to spread some positive messages on Thursday. The visit formed part of the Ministry of National Security's Project Building Blocks program, which has been successful in bringing peace among major gangs in the area of East Port of Spain.
After leading the children in a recital of Psalm 23, Jamaican reggae artist Sizzla Kalonji, whose real name is Miguel Collins, reminded the students of Rose Hill RC Primary School that education is key.
What you learn here, you will take with you in the future. You will apply it as you go by in your daily lifestyle. Remember now, no fighting, no quarreling, no picking, no stealing, no slandering, okay? You will be argumentative about stuff at times, but you're little human beings growing up to be beautiful persons. I would not like for you to turn on the part of violence.
Rose Hill Primary made headlines last month when a teacher recorded herself and her students lying on the floor of a classroom while gunshots rang out just outside the building. Since then, police have maintained a constant presence outside of the school compound. Through the Ministry of National Security's Project Building Blocks initiative, the reggae artists visited the school to share positive messages to the students, teachers, and lucky onlookers. Fellow Jamaican reggae artist Capleton or Clifton Bailey III also shared a few words.
Be yourself. It's all about self-esteem, self-awareness, self-reliance, self-thought, self-control. It's all about discipline, respect, humility, tolerance, and it's all about self-determination.
And while much of the audience sitting before them were younger than many of their hits, the reggae stars couldn't leave without giving them a taste of their music.
Thank you, Mama, for the 9 months you carried me through. All those pain and suffering. No one knows this will be about, just only you.
The artists also visited St. Barb's Primary School and Morvan's Laventil Secondary School.
In Guyana, a forthcoming model family violence bill is expected to remedy the deficiencies of the archaic Domestic Violence Act and other similar pieces of legislation. During an exclusive interview with Newsroom on Thursday, Minister of Human Services and Social Security discussed some aspects of the legislation, noting that it will introduce new ways of tackling violence, especially violence against women and girls.
So there are a number of things. We're looking at the discretionary powers of the police, and we're looking at when people could be apprehended or when people could be charged. When it comes to, if someone makes a report, for example, there is some discretion where the police is concerned whether or not they consider this a reportable offense. But if there is obvious physical harm that the person demonstrates, they have to go ahead. That discretionary power is removed. Then if persons want to pursue the legal recourse, and they may have come multiple times to court, and they keep going back into the situation, there is now a discretion that the court can take it further. They don't have to wait for that person necessarily to give their permission to take it further. So these may seem like harsh moves, but I think at this point they're necessary. We're also looking at the punitive measures, which are a lot more than what exists right now. We're also looking at the definition of the interpersonal relationships. Before it was between two people, now we're looking at a more extended family when it comes to prosecution. So it's not only what obtained before in that small two-person equation. This is much more. More persons could be held accountable. So those are just three of the main things with the family violence bill. It, I would say, takes into account the legislations from across the world. We've looked at best practice, we've looked at impact. We've also added, from Guyana's perspective, some newer nuances to the law.
In international news, reports are that China has broken the record for COVID-19 numbers compared to records shown in April this year, leading to cities across the nation imposing localized lockdowns to curb the spread of the disease. More in this report.
China reported a record number of COVID-19 infections on Thursday. 31,444 new local cases on Wednesday, breaking the previous high set on April 13th, when commercial hub Shanghai was in a lockdown that would last 2 months. Now cities nationwide are imposing localized lockdowns, mass testing, and other curbs that are darkening the outlook for the world's second largest economy. The streets of Chaoyang, the capital's most populous district, have been increasingly empty this week. Sanlitun, a high-end shopping area, was nearly silent on Thursday, but for the whirring of the e-bikes of delivery riders ferrying meals for those working from home. The surge in infections is diminishing investors' hopes that China will soon ease the rigid zero-COVID policy that, alongside a downturn in the property market, is battering the economy. It's been nearly 3 years since the pandemic emerged in the central city of Wuhan. The restrictions have also exacted a toll on China's increasingly frustrated residents, like this Beijing local.
Only by easing the COVID-19 restrictions can people live a normal life. Otherwise, everything's halted. How many people have the savings to support them if things continually stay halted? And even if you have money to stay at home every day, that's not true living. That's lingering on the last breath of air.
In sports, every World Cup, the same question comes up. Is it football or soccer? It can lead to heated debates, but where did the word soccer even come from? Al Jazeera's Patty Kulain reports.
So let's pay attention.
At this DC club, they start young.
Does everyone have their water bottle?
No!
Oh, come on.
And go!
Here to learn the basics.
Oh, I can't believe I did that.
And even the drama.
My foot hurts.
The one thing they already know is what to call the game they're playing.
I'm playing soccer. Soccer.
But why would you not call a game that you use playing your feet and a ball football?
Well, that's a good question.
I thought so I put it to these little experts.
If we used our hands, then we would call it football. But since we use our feet, it's not football. Because the balls have different names, and this ball is called a soccer ball. Soccer you use with your feet and you have socks on your feet. People in America, they wanted to make it America soccer.
Actually, it's not an American word. To find out the source, we spoke to the people who actually wrote a book about this. It all started when the first football rules were written in 1863 at this London pub, naming the sport Association Football. From there, Oxford students with a penchant for adding ER to words made it up.
At Oxford University, it was pretty much all the kind of semi-aristocracy at the time. So those kinds of people were associated with doing these kind of things. So they wouldn't call it breakfast, they'd call it brekker.
So in short, they couldn't really add an ER to the beginning of association, so they went with the middle part instead, soccer. They found evidence it was commonly used in the United Kingdom up to around the 70s, and then it just stopped.
It is such an interesting question, right? How a country or a culture decides to orphan one of its own words. We could not find a single parallel case of this. There are words that fall out of fashion, right? Or that used to be common and then we decide they're offensive and so they're taboo. But we cannot think of a single case where a country says, this is not our word.
Here in DC, the word is proudly claimed.
Soccer.
In American football, there are like 2 players that ever use their feet on this ball. So should it change? Would football make more sense? If you ask these kids, it's a unanimous nope, not in the USA. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Time now for our update on the Qatar FIFA World Cup. On Thursday, Portugal won their match against Ghana 3-2. Brazil blanked Serbia 2-0. In today's fixtures, as at news time, Senegal beat Qatar 3-1 and Iran won their match against Wales 2-0. And that's the news on PBCJ. Thanks for watching.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between 2 houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill. followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the Houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the Minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This Joint Select Committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
Just meds it.
Instead of hurting and fighting each other.
Let's help each other.
We don't need to fight.
We're all here to learn.
Your classmate could be a future lawyer or minister.
Do you know that your classmate or your schoolmate could be a future prime minister?
So here what? Just make daddy proud. Don't have me a worry.
Don't fight or lash out. Violence is never the answer.
Before you pick up a stone,
why not pick up your book?
And just meds it.
We all have our part to play.
Let's end violence.
Let's end violence. Let's end violence.
Let's end violence.
Let's end violence.
Let's end violence.
We must end violence in schools now.
Your government is working for you. On the East Coast, there's the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The highway, which began in January 2017, is now slated to end in March 2025. Another segment under the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the Maypen to Williams Field, which is approximately 81% complete. Next stop, the Morant Bay Urban Center. Preparation and demolition exercises began in July 2022 at the Goodyear factory in the parish where the center is being constructed. Construction phase has already started. Third stop, over in Portmore. Plans are afoot to make the Sunshine City the 15th parish. With the parish status comes the Portmore Resilience Park, which ground will be broken by year-end 2022. For in the west, we have the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, starting from Iron Shore to Bogue, from Montego Bay down to Montpelier. More More updates to come as we reignite our nation for greatness.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information, a maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country gives citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Obey the school rules. The rules are there to ensure discipline. The rules are there to ensure that our children focus on their education. And so if the school says it's brown shoes, not black, we want you to make that investment on behalf of your child. If the school says a tie, please don't send your child without a tie. I know that there are a lot of pressures on you as parents, but we are continuing to ask you to make that investment in your child. We want our schools to be incident-free this school year, and we can only do that with the cooperation of our parents, our teachers, the staff, everyone in the community.
Everyone has the right to freedom of expression, even our children.
My voice matters.
Every child has a right to speak up. It's not like they can stay quiet forever, and everything they have to say is important. So that's why I think my voice matters.
At school and at home, every child's voice should matter.
In this school, nobody is more and nobody is less.
Like teachers, my parents, they know who I am because they understand me and they know what I understand from what I don't.
I will encourage the students to do their best. I will say that even if they do not get something they want, they might get something even better.
When emotions are close to the surface and we contemplate on life, we will all remember the phrase, "A child shall lead them."
My voice matters.
1, 2, 3, 2 more. 1, 2. Adults to 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right. Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right.
Operation Birthright is a government's program to address the major issue of Jamaicans not having birth certificates. According to a recent Capri report, approximately 200,000 Jamaicans have no legal identification, and this affects their ability to register and collect benefits from the government. Operation Birthright aims to provide identity registration support specifically to needy children and adults without legal identification and physical identification documents. Under the program, some $350,000 has been allocated under the National Identification Systems Project to fund the undocumented registration program. Members of Parliament, churches, and community groups are partnering to identify needy persons who can benefit from this undocumented registration program. Being a part of the program is very easy. Firstly, in order to be eligible, you or the person wishing to register must have been born in Jamaica, be aged 1 year and above, monthly income of 37,000 Jamaican dollars and below, not be currently receiving or have received similar assistance under another similar program. Persons can be recommended by any of the following: the head of the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, senior official in the Ministry of Local Government certifying an individual as a registered poor, member of Parliament, a Justice of the Peace, public officer SEG 1 and above, medical practitioner, Minister of Religion, police officer, gazetted ranks, parish councillor, dental surgeon, principal, primary, secondary, and tertiary educational institutions, veterinarian, bank manager, official representative of the Salvation Army, official representative of the Missionary of the Poor, the CEO, coordinator of a registered civil society organization, the head of the PATH program in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security if the applicant is on PATH.
Eligible persons can visit their Member of Parliament's office or any RGD office island-wide to participate in the program. The RGD will then make contact with these individuals for more information so as to have their birth certificates processed. Once completed and the birth certificate generated, the individual will be contacted by the RGD to pick up the birth certificate. For more information on Operation Birthright or the eligibility criteria under the program, visit nidsfacts.com.
Agriculture is critical to Jamaica's future. And while we battle COVID-19, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries continues to help our farmers and fisherfolk recover. We will focus on ensuring that Jamaica is food secure, expanding into new export markets, and building sustainable industries. We are building forward together.
Together, we can create a safer Jamaica for our children. We need to get the guns and save our country.
As Senator Bunting ended with the oath that all of us took to uphold the Constitution, I intend in this very short presentation to do just that, to honor the oath. And I'm so happy that the other 7 members of the opposition will faithfully honor the oath we took to uphold the Constitution. Mr. President, recently Guyana reduced crime by 19% without a state of emergency being declared. It can be done. But we don't need to go to Guyana. In the last 15 years, the 4 lowest years of murder was between 2012 and 2016, when Senator Bunting, as he is now, was the Minister of National Security. Fact. I like the fact that as he was then, he's Senator now. The reality is, during those 4 years, of the last 15 years, those were the lowest years of murders in the country. The reality is, he did that without any state of emergency. So it's not just Guyana having oil and no state of emergency. It is that we did it in Jamaica without any state of emergency. Senator Webby spoke already, you know. So if he missed the point, we can't help him. Mr. President, the reality is that in 2015 and in 2016, the government promised the nation that there's a lot they can do to reduce murder. And when they promised us that, they didn't say true states of emergencies. The reality is they have not been able to reduce murder, and murder has almost every year increased over the previous year. They have failed in that promise for us to sleep with our doors, go to bed and sleep with our doors open, and wake up in the morning and still be alive. They have failed. The truth be told, under Senator Bunting reign as National Security Minister, more lives were saved than saved now, without a state of emergency. If the measure of lives saved and lost is the number of murders committed in any particular year, Bunting ears shine out brightly, as bright as Richardson goal yesterday. So, Mr. President, that's just a fact. So we are sticking to our oath and decide. And let me remind them, Senator Crawford, that there was a sitting for extension where the news report says Senator Brown saved the day. I was the only one who voted for the extension. But I'm not doing it today because I believe it's unconstitutional and I believe it's not necessary. Mr. President, let it be clear, since I understand the narrative that some want to spread, let it be clear that the opposition cannot stop the imposition of a state of emergency. Let me repeat, the opposition cannot prevent the declaration of a state of emergency. So it's convenient to ask. The opposition can prevent the extension, but we can't stop it from being declared. Absolutely. It is in the hands of the Prime Minister. It is in the hands of Senator Matthew Samuda, a cabinet member. It is in the hands of Senator Arvin Hill, a cabinet member. It is in the hands of the leader of government business, Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith, a cabinet member. It is the cabinet and the Prime Minister who makes the recommendation to the Governor General. So, Senator Samuda, if you are of the view that the vast majority wants the SOE, all you have to do is declare another one. And you have 14 days of it. So it's not we who are causing lives to be lost, Senator Webby. It is the government who is coward and lacking the courage to reimpose another state of emergency, if you think that's what the country wants. It is not in the opposition hands. We can vote to stop the extension, but we can't vote to stop you from declaring it. So if you believe you want 46 more days, Senator Crawford, help me with this. 46 more days starting next week? Then all I need to do is 14 more days, and 14 more days after that, and 14 more days after that. And if you just give 1 day between, you'll get your 46 days. Is the match right? President, the government can declare a state of emergency and redeclare it, and and the opposition can't do anything to stop it. So let us be clear. Let us be clear. Don't blame the opposition, because when a government blames the opposition for its failing, time comes for you to give up the position. So, Mr. President, thank you. don't blame the opposition. The failure of a state of emergency to exist belongs on the government side. You can do it, Senator Hill. Monday in cabinet. Senator Samula, Monday in cabinet. Senator Johnson Smith, not here, but Monday in cabinet. You can do it. And the people in central St. James and wherever else in St. James will have the state of emergency if you assess that's what they want. But I believe, just as you did it last year, and President Lambas, those of us who wasn't here to vote, and Senator Webby, it don't matter. President, it was like water and duck back last year, and it will be the same this year. Senator Webby, in January you describe us as shame, shame, shame. Well, let me tell you how we're going to react to that shame. All 8 of us will be here when the vote comes. And all 8 of us will resoundingly say no. So you can prepare your next speech to shame, shame, shame. Because where the shame belongs is beyond the government, who has the power under the Constitution to reimpose a state of emergency next week when this one failed for lack of 2/3 majority. So let the people of Jamaica know that it is in your hands. Your hands. Then me, I know what I talk. You think me coming like you? I know what I talk?
Yes.
So, let me just move off by saying this one more time. It is in the hands of the government. Senator Hill, cabinet member, Senator Samula, cabinet member, Senator Johnson Smith, cabinet member, and the rest of the cabinet to reimpose it, and the opposition can't stop it. So, it brings me, Mr. President, to the call by the private sector. Let me say to the private sector leaders, you didn't pay us the courtesy of contacting us. But we are extending an invitation to you to explain to you why, by conscience, we are upholding the oath we took to the Constitution of Jamaica. We would like to explain to the private sector leaders our side, because I don't know if they are aware that the government can reimpose a new state of emergency. So, my brother Keith Duncan, you have my WhatsApp, you have my phone. We meet elsewhere, come on. If you want, you need to redirect your petition, not to the opposition senator if you want a state of emergency, but redirect it to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, because they can call a state of emergency next week. And when 14 days come, they can call it again. And again, right up to January 14. So the narrative which blames the opposition really doesn't cut it. Mr. President, the state of emergency, part of the argument is that there are 300 or so violence producers. If you know them, you have a file on them, then and you plan the state of emergency for some time. What would you expect on the morning, Senator Ransford, Brian, of the state of emergency being declared? You'd have round them up. Yeah. You'd have hold them. Yeah. This is the shock and awe of a state of emergency. You know who you want, since you say spear fishing, and you go and hold them. Hold them for 40 days. So I want to ask, on behalf of the public of the country, how many of these 300 violence producers have been detained in the 10 days of the state of emergency. Otherwise, you're fooling me to tell me it's them you're going after. But you're not holding them. So how many of the 300 have been rounded up by the security forces? Because you say you know them. But you know, when I read the regulations, Mr. President, it's not the 300 the regulations going after. Let's read 21.2 of the regulation. A constable, 22. A constable or a member of the Jamaica Defence Force may prohibit the carrying of any by any person of any machete, cutlass, stick, stone, or other implement or missile. So I asked the farmer in Westmoreland, in Ado, going up in the hills to tend to his cattle. This regulation allowed the police to say, stay here. Not go look for your goat. Not go look for your cow. Not go plant. Not go cut no yam stick. I'm going to come to the detention. How this go after the 300 violence producers? Another reason, President, why I cannot support this regulation and the state of emergency. It's not the violent producer you're going after. Let's take Regulation 29, Senator Gill. This is what it says, because people must know what you're asking me to support. 29 says, powers of questioning. Every person, if so required by a constable or a member of the Jamaica Defence Force, shall stop and answer to the best of the ability and knowledge of that person any questions which may be reasonably addressed to that person by the constable or a member of the Jamaica Defence Force. A failure to stop could be 3 months in jail, up to. A failure to answer could be a problem. This is not going after the Dans, not Dan Webby, the Dans. This is not going after the Dans. This is not going after the 300 violence producer. This is going after every person. My son, some of us cousins, but not everybody. It's every person, you know. But another Dan, my friend Dan Webby, would not be stopped and ask questions. I'm not, Ronnie, I'm not going to answer why them stop you. I'm not going to answer why them stop you. You come from Ado and Walton Park. I'm not going to play a warming. I'm not going to play a warming. Mr. President, I could go on. The detention without warrant and other provisions of these regulations worry me. Because they're not going after the Dans. They're not going after the 300 violence producers. And President, the regulations, I'd have hoped that it would include in it the right to lawyer. I read it through. It doesn't say you have a right to lawyer, a right to counsel. Many legislation we have, including Zozo, specifically speak to right to counsel. I can't support that. I can't support that. The right to counsel is one that must be in the regulations. So for those reasons, these regulations do not get my favor. Mr. President, the regulation speaks to communities. You can be kept in a community, you can be removed from a community. But there's no definition of community in the regulation. So a parish of St. James would be seen as a community. A parish of Westmoreland and Hanover would be seen as a community. And I'd have hoped some work would have been done to define community, which is used over and over in the legislation. So, Mr. President, as I said, I have no intention of being long. I just want to say the 300 violence producers have not had the attention of previous state of emergencies, nor this one. None have been declared to have been arrested or detained during these 10 days. To prolong it with my vote would be unfair to the youth in the community, whether South St. Andrew, Western Kingston, Ado, Sav, Russia, anywhere, who is likely to be detained, who is likely to be questioned. And can you imagine St. Aranswell? Nice little schoolgirl passing a checkpoint. And one of the members of the security force say, "You look nice," or something like that. And she frowned. Maybe she going to get questioned. Maybe she going to get questioned. So those little girls need to know that under these regulations, they could be affected. So when you draft regulations, consider the implications, consider the consequence. And as you say, this is not going out of the dance. When you come with a plan to get the dance, let's discuss it and work on that together. These regulations don't meet the tests of the constitutional provisions that I have voted along with my colleagues, the oath we took to uphold it. On that basis, I want it to be clear, President. I'm voting no. I said it the last time in November. I'm going to say it the fifth time. Last year, when I left because my 1-month-old grandson was down in the car waiting to pick me up. I left and I told the president that's why I was leaving. The narrative is that we didn't want to face with courage our convictions. President, let me put it this way. You and I need to discuss JC winning the Manning Cup today. But I'm not going to draw into other things. I know it's supposed to be playing into. Maybe. But the key thing, President, it matters not what is said about our vote here or elsewhere. Because history will record that when it came to the Constitution and holding our oath, we did that. That's the conscience vote I'm going to exercise today. That's the conscience vote all 8 of us are going to exercise. And so, without much ado, it is in the hands of the government. It is in the hands of the Cabinet and the Prime Minister. When this failed because it gets no 2/3 to reimpose another one, if you think it's necessary, and you have 14 days, and you can keep reimposing, and you will get your 46 days. It's simple as that. So, President, once I close a speech by recounting the story of the 2 little bad boys with the bird in their hand, who decide to challenge their teacher whether or not the bird is alive or dead. And they were clear in their mind that if they face the teacher with the bird behind them and ask the teacher, is the bird dead or alive? If the teacher says the bird is dead, they will show him the live bird. If the teacher said the bird is alive, they will squeeze the bird to death and show him. And the wise teacher responded to the question, is the bird alive or dead? He said, my sons, it is in your hands. Mr. President, a continuation of the state of emergency beyond its expiration next week is in the hands of the government. May it please you.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I have been listening to the advice on constitutional law being offered by Senator Lambert Brown and Senator Bunting earlier. They say that the Constitution, the state of emergency imposed is unconstitutional. That's what they say. Nevertheless, we are not voting for it because it is unconstitutional. But we are advising you.
Sorry, Senator Bryan, I'm asked to ask you to use the other mic as well.
I don't have any more. Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
Thank you. So I recognize you from a seat other than, or should I say from a microphone other than your own?
Senator Campbell's influence affected the other microphone, President. Thank you, sir. So I was listening to the constitutional advice. And the advice, as I said, is the state of emergency is unconstitutional. And as a result of that, I am not and we are not supporting it. But then they go on with the advice and they say, however, what you should do is reimpose it. And you can reimpose it for 2 weeks and reimpose it as you wish. And I'm saying to myself, so that would not be unconstitutional as well? If you are saying it is unconstitutional, how would you then find yourself in a position to be recommending an unconstitutional measure? That sort of advice is...
Senator Brown, Senator Scott Motley, and Senator Bunting.
That sort of advice is tinged with a touch of hypocrisy. Tinged. It's not sincere. It sounds like a trap that my friends are trying to set up that will be sprung at some other point. But I know that the same cabinet that you're advising are better advised and certainly would not fall into that trap. Because the second issue on that, if it is that the Constitution has set up a regime of 2 weeks or 14 days, then parliamentary intervention, and Parliament has not seen it fit to grant its view, or the Senate or whatever, then the question, I will find it a bit of a challenge under the same circumstances to simply reimpose it if Parliament speaks. And I am putting it out there. The Constitution provision dealing with the Charter of Rights is not necessarily the happiest document I've ever seen. The document hardly takes into account the circumstances that we live in, and it obviously has been taken from another society with different circumstances without due consideration of the issues that face this country. But that's what we have. And I don't know, speaking for myself, how, in the circumstances, the constitutional regime having been followed, then you can simply advise that you can disobey the regime and do as you wish, and do as you wish. That's not a proper advice from a loyal opposition. That's not proper at all. That is, it is joined, that's a political advice, a destructive political advice. So I don't agree with you. For anybody else, I don't agree. And as Senator Lambert Brown repeated it about 10 times, attorney at law, and you think that I should withdraw it because it bring you into disrepute. But stop advising that a foolishness. Really it is. A foolishness. So, if you vote for it, the government, of course, by virtue of new circumstances, may take a different decision and cause a state of emergency at some point to be imposed. But that is different from going and making it appear that you're trying to go around the constitutional authority and do your own thing. Yes? Because what the Constitution set up is like some people say, the Privy Council is our final court, but I don't like the Privy Council because I don't like the hue of those who are operating and not obeying it. How can you do that? You can't. So for you to be offering advice that you know not makes sense, I find a little worrying. I find it a little worrying personally. And so you either support it or you don't support it. That's the end of the matter. And you make that decision. And you say your conscience is clear, no problem. And you will judge accordingly. I don't think there's any escape for any of us. For me, I will support the state of emergency being extended. And I always have...
I would be surprised if you did not rise.
Well, I am not a surprising type. I live my life as it is. Right? The problem I have is that I live in this society. I happen to spend a lot of time in the areas of society that my friends say are particularly affected, and the people who are affected. I spend a lot of time, Mr. President, with people telling me that they cannot come to church at night or even in the day. I spend a lot of time with young men and now sometimes women clearly involved in activities and frightening people, preventing them from talking to the police, preventing them from giving evidence. Family members have been killed because people say that they are witnesses and they are informers. Those are matters that are a real life situation. Any respite will be very helpful. And I consider this an emergency. Every person who loses a son in the middle of this Christmas is an emergency for that family. It's an emergency for that mother. It is an emergency of monumental proportion when a mother is murdered with a child on her breast, or a father and people's future are cut away. I consider it an emergency. I don't know, I am not, the courts is one thing, but I am talking about a Jamaican who have seen and felt all of these issues personally. Yes. And I feel, and I say it with all my heart, that the measure helps. And if it helps one person, thank God for it. Extend it until January. If it saves one, I give God thanks. One less family to mourn. Extend it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, could I get the...
I was hoping you were taking notes. They're saying you're by here this weekend, you go take some further. There's a man calm and reasonable.
Thank you, Senator Burham. Senator Sapphire Longmore, Dr. Sapphire Longmore.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to undoubtedly support the extensions of the state of emergencies in the parishes listed: Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, St. Catherine, parts of KSA, Kingston, and St. Andrew. But I rise in particular support of its extension in the parish of Clarendon, because that is where my home is. That is where, you know, you have home and you have yard. And my yard is in Clarendon. That's where I grew up. That is where I learned to drive. That is where I went to high school. That is where I went to primary school. And that is where my family resides. Most of my family, half of my family. And there is no way that I would sit here and could listen to the arguments that are being positioned, primarily being political arguments, because it is almost like we're playing what Senator Crawford tried to bring as a political football being placed on our side of the fence. That is what I am seeing playing out here now. But the real appreciation is that we are dealing with people's lives. And I rise in this capacity, not just as a Clarendonian, as I know members on the other side can relate to, but I rise as a medical doctor who is in support, and our Prime Minister at the UN has basically raised it at that level, that we're dealing, violence is a public health crisis. More and more we're recognizing that. Now, if you have a public health crisis, or any health crisis, if you ignore it, if you have a little pimple or a little blister, and you continue to ignore it, it's going to fester, it's going to get worse. And I've seen where you've had to actually amputate. You've actually had to come in with the drastic measures. Now, what is an emergency? An urgent, unexpected, and usually dangerous situation that poses an immediate risk to health, life, property, and environment, and requires immediate action. Now, I don't know what it requires for the opposition and persons who support that position to have for us to recognize the emergency of that, of the situations of people's lives being lost. And, you know, the main crux of the issue that their arguments are being based on is that this is unconstitutional. There is, Senator Braham brought it up just now, and I am no lawyer, but the Charter of Rights in Section 13b, 2, Clause 13b2, all persons in Jamaica, and I think Senator Campbell Rodriguez had brought this up earlier, all persons in Jamaica are entitled to preserve for themselves and future generations the fundamental rights and freedoms to which they are entitled to by virtue of their inherent dignity as persons and as citizens of a free and democratic society. So I wonder, in that reflection of a democratic society, what really, and I am only a lay person when it comes on to legalities of this nature, and I will admit that openly. But what really is the constitutional right for persons who are non-democratically elected to refuse the will of persons who are democratically put in place. I am reading from it. I am reading from it. And I am truly putting that question on the floor. Ridicule it as you would. But I want for you to really, Senator Braham brought it up, that perhaps some of the legislation that we are referring does not consider the current day circumstances that we have to be facing. And the fact is that what really is the process, I'm going to put it into very frank presentation. The other aspect of it, in terms of constitutionality that is being debated, is Clause 20, Section 2, relating to declarations of states of emergencies. And it reads, a proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effective for the purposes of subsection unless it is declared by the governor that the following is satisfied. A, that a public emergency has arisen as a result of the imminence of a state of war between Jamaica and a foreign state. I put it to you that the statistics reflects that it's almost that we are at war within ourselves. So we might not be a foreign state, but we're certainly within, in those divisions, it is almost as if our security forces are at war. Pardon? I am not being absolute.
Allow the senator to continue in silence,
No, because clearly you need some expansion of your thinking. Yes. Because the fact of the matter is, I am not saying it is an absolute that we're at a foreign state. What I'm saying is that the circumstances when the drafters of this legislation was putting it to play was considering the circumstances that would require for an emergency to be considered within our country. And what is happening in those circumstances? The Clarendon that I grew up in is not what it is today. And it is, quite frankly, parts of it is almost like the people are at war. They cannot go out and play dominoes anymore. I saw the image a couple weeks ago of a child sitting in the back seat with her mother in the front seat, who a bike man just drove up and pumped with bullets, and the little girl is sitting in the back seat in shock in Clarendon. That is war. That's my point, dear sir, that perhaps we should open our minds to recognize what is truly meant to be captured. It is not a foreign state, but what we are, the circumstances that we're faced with, and that the security forces that are out there faced with, it is like a war. Part B, that the action has been taken or is immediately threatening by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on such an extension of a scale as to likely endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. In my mind, that is satisfied. In my mind, the fact that persons have to lock themselves down in the communities for fear, the possibilities that Christmas is coming and they cannot engage in their activities that they would hope to, the fact that, as everybody refers to, the dons are calling for the little girls, etc., etc., I think that is also satisfied. And the last one, that a period of public disaster has arisen where there is natural disasters or a calamity, whether similar to the foregoing or not. For me, this is a calamitous situation. there is no question in my mind that the one single life that this may save would be perceived as a diversion from a disaster for that family. I am very clear. Yes? So, I understand that persons may not go with my train of thought. And I understand that because I understand that it might be limited to do so. But what I am going to indicate is that I know persons in that community that I am from, and I know persons in Clarendon, and I know persons there and in these other divisions executed their democratic right to choose their representative. And those representatives are seeking to protect them. And for me, for us to not have the single vote from the other side to endorse that democratic right and that democratic choice by those people, there is something truly wrong with this process. And I will say that in Clarendon, where my family resides, and we are going into Christmas, when we know crime goes up in all forms, murder goes up, all acts of violence tend to go up during this time. I don't know what any member on that side could say to me if something happens to one of my family members during this time. When I know that there is an action that could be taken to protect them, and because of political reasons, it is not being done. Mr. President, with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Longworth. Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, I had hoped that on this occasion I would not have to stand to speak. Indeed, in the past, and especially during the early days of the state of emergency, my speech was very familiar. I would agonize about whether we were doing the right thing in accordance with how the Constitution was drafted, whether this was indeed a state of emergency as contemplated by the Constitution, and eventually I would say I am prepared to give the government an opportunity to put in place measures which would be permanent. I would invariably say that the people of Jamaica wanted to see more members of the security forces in their communities, and they were convinced that this was the way to get it. And in spite of the conflicts, my personal conflicts, I would vote for the extension. That first started in January 2018. January 2018. We had states of emergencies until January 2019. And then the rhetoric of the government went in a direction which I did not like. Because, and I'm sorry, Senator Don Webby is not here. I was not in the chamber when he was excoriating me. And since I'm about to refer to him, I would have preferred that he was here. When the private sector and the government started using the words around of a state of emergency to say it was a tool in a toolkit, I personally was repulsed. Because when the Constitution was being framed, there was absolutely no contemplation by the framers of that Constitution that a public emergency would be dealt with in this cavalier fashion. I will say this. In 2020, the 17th of April, I was part of a team that met with the government at Jamaica House to discuss the enhanced security measures.
When was that?
A draft was placed on the table.
When was that?
I was told by the then Attorney General that it should be kept confidential. And I think there are persons in this chamber who have got to know me, to know that if I am asked to keep it confidential, and I give my word, I am going to keep it, and I did. We responded to that draft. We had some issues with it. And I would have expected, Senator Campbell, that in the ordinary terms of negotiation, the government would have come back to us and said, no, we can't give up on this one. We're willing to give you something on this one to make it, more in keeping with the Constitution, but this one we require to assist us with fighting crime. We heard nothing, not another word. We had another meeting, and I'm not going to say when that was, but that was in what kind of meeting. But in January of this year, when it was raised, the opposition was blamed for the Enhanced Security Measures Act not being tabled. Why? Because we had objected to some of the clauses. And I was not going to let that pass, because it was simply not true. Nobody said to us, come, let us sit down again. I'm going to show you why there's a lack of trust over this side. When the last state of emergency was declared, it was declared on the very same day that the government was aware that the judgment in O'Shane Clark was going to be handed down. I personally thought that was very unfortunate, because at no time do I believe that the judiciary should be undermined in any way by the executive. All branches have to work in harmony. And the Prime Minister chose that morning to declare a state of emergency when it had been broadcast widely that the O'Shane Clark judgment would have been handed down. We had some challenges, and we suggested, the leader of opposition wrote to the Attorney General, who was now Derek McCoy, made some recommendations. And I will tell you quite frankly, the government was very open. We sat for hours at Jamaica House talking about it, going back and forth. And the morning, from about, I can't remember, it was about 8 o'clock, for many hours, we were on conference calls, trying to work it through. The government came to the House and decided not to extend the state of emergency. And that was the last time that we heard anything from them. No, it is obvious to me how I interpret that is that this talk about cooperation is all that is, talk about cooperation. The government has a right to govern. It is a role of the government to govern. I am not for a moment saying that you must involve the opposition in your governance strategy, but I'm saying if you're going to call on the opposition to support you, you don't wait until you come into the parliament and then you speak disparagingly about everybody on this side, telling them about their audacity and their this and their that, as though they are not human beings who feel when people are killed. There is no monopoly which the government has on feelings. We have lost people by violence. Every single one of us here experiences that. So there's no monopoly.
We don't want to save life.
I want to, Senator Longmore, tell you, do not join this band of top people talking about unelected people. Yeah. The Constitution was established by none of us in here. Nonsense. And safeguards were put in place by those who had political experience and understood the importance of having a buffer between the executive, between the political space and the people. And the Senate was appointed for that reason. So it is not a question of the opposition just willy-nilly trying to enforce and to assume upon themselves to defeat the rights of those who have been elected to represent. It is the framers of the Constitution who determined that this was necessary. And let me tell you this. The Prime Minister, Bruce Golding, stood up in the House and said he was standing up for the constitutional rights of a citizen when he stood up for Dudos's rights. He said that the constitutional rights of a Jamaican citizen was not going to be determined by Ligani. And I think it was an obvious reference to the American embassy. You see that state of emergency, Senator Longmore? There is not one single solitary person who could have taken issue with any description of emergency. I recall it well. Mm-hmm. Gunmen from all over Jamaica went into Tivoli. They barricaded the entrance to Tivoli. Mm-hmm. They shut down Tivoli tighter than a sardine can. Nobody could penetrate it. And then the final straw, they burned down the police station. That was an insurrection of tremendous proportions that demanded the greatest response from any administration. That created a state of public emergency which made the entire Jamaica unsafe. You know, I want you to take me seriously, you know. I want you to take me seriously. Let me explain something further about the Constitution. The Constitution contemplates and the opposition appreciates that there are times when the rights of persons will have to be infringed. The Constitution makes provision for it. That is the case, that was what turned the NIDS Act upon its head. Because the court, using the constitutional provisions, provided that it had to be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Accepting the words of the Constitution, that there were two circumstances when ordinary legislation could infringe on the constitutional rights of a citizen, if it was reasonably justified or demonstrably justified. In the Enhanced Security Measures Act, one was aware that you had to fight this monster of crime and to fight the murder, you would have to do so. There is no perfect world in which we live, you know. There is no perfect world, and we as opposition members fully appreciate and understand that the government will have to use extraordinary measures. We object to the use of the state of emergency in the way that it has been used by the government as a tool in a toolkit. We have pledged our support and our willingness, if our assistance is needed, because it seems as though it is not, to assist in a discussion prior to coming here. So when we come here, we're not contentious and contending. You notice, if you observe very carefully, you notice that last NIDS Act, there wasn't any quarrel from this side. There wasn't any protestation, because we had worked through the issues. And that is what people do when they are not interested in scoring political points. People work through the issues in the background so that when they come out, they can present a united front.
But that is what democracy is about.
I have always supported the government wherever it is possible. There's a senator who is not here. I'm surprised that Senator Crawford remembered because I had forgotten. He was traveling during one of the states of emergencies. It was on official business. He could not be here. And he called me and said, would you make sure that it passes? And I said, let me get back to you. I got back to him and I gave him my word. The third time he messaged me about it, I couldn't even understand or appreciate why I would. I said, but I've given you my word. And even while the debate was taking place here, he was still messaging me. I had given him my word. And I give my word now, not just to you over there, but to the entire country, that I am fully prepared to work to ensure that we have a Jamaica where we feel safe. I am concerned about the lives lost. I don't hear anybody talk about the lives destroyed by the state of emergency. I don't hear anybody raise an issue of those young men, Christian good boys, who have been thrown into custody and detained there and kept there, and whose lives will never be the same again. Have you spoken to any of them to hear the horror of that experience when they have never even thought of committing an offense, much less done so? Have you heard the horrors of people who have lost their jobs, hotel workers on their way to work, people who are well-thinking Jamaicans saving up the money to buy a house, to send their children to school, to put food on the table? Have you heard from any of the 2,000 people who were released in that first state of emergency? Have you heard from the 297 who were released in this state of emergency? Don't they count either? And I am deeply disturbed by it. Deeply disturbed by it, Senator Longmore. I am a mother. I am a mother like you. You cannot believe that that would leave me without emotion. You cannot believe that. I don't know which one of us in here it would leave feeling that, oh well, we are all touched by that. We are touched by the loss of those lives. There was a 5-month-old child who was shot the first day of the declaration of the state of emergency. There were 6 people who were shot in Norwood, St. James. 2 were killed, and a little 5-year-old girl was shot. 5-month-old girl was shot. You think that that does not impact me? You think that that does not impact me? So that the conclusion in this debate is that the only thing that will help crime in Jamaica is a state of emergency. That's the only thing. You pull for it. You pull for it like it is a weapon. You pull for it. You pull for it. And what you do is that you actually turn on the opposition because they are taking a different position. You do not even afford any respect to us for the fact that there's a difference of view. But let me say this.
You reserve those things for me.
In the final analysis, you are the government. In the final analysis, you promised this country that you had a crime plan which you were going to reveal. You promised this country that you were going to be part of CMOC, a body of all sorts of organizations coming together to fight for Jamaica. You stepped away from those discussions. You made commitments which you have not kept. And then you find a way to blame the opposition. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You say we are going to suffer politically. Well, let me tell you what is happening out there on the street. Not you. I don't mean you personally, Senator Longmore, because that is not so. Not so at all. And I do apologize for the way that I worded it, because that was not my intention. Leadership is a very uncomfortable space to be in. I can tell you that, Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith, because you know many times I shared with you what I was going through. And I know you could see that I was challenged, but I stepped up to the plate. There are consequences to all of our actions. And we have discussed this issue. We have entertained every single view of every opposition member, and there are many disparate views. We have made a decision, and we stand by that decision. If we fall politically, our conscience is clear. Our conscience is clear. I recommend to you that you quickly try to get this Enhanced Security Act, which you have been speaking about from 2019, in place. The Firearms Act was passed in a flash. The Bail Act Joint Select Committee, the Bail Act Joint Select Committee is sitting December 1st, December 6th, December 7th, December 8th. Then the whole of the next week, the Bail Act Joint Select Committee is sitting. Government demonstrates that when something is significant to them, they will make the time and they will call upon everybody to participate. I assure you, if it is within my capacity, I will cooperate. Because the one thing that I think we truly have in common is how we feel about this country, Jamaica land we love. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Campbell.
Mr. President, yes, please. I'm truly saddened at where we are. We are asked to do an extension to an order which has been declared by the head of state, the GG. And he has so done, guided by information and intelligence, which has come from the JDF and the JCF. The constitutional arrangement allows that to be in place for 14 days. And it is regrettable that this body, being the review chamber, should treat it so lightly. What it is in fact saying, because I say regrettable in that I heard some statements being made this morning, and in fact a declaration that no member of the opposition would support the extension of the declaration. So you've come to the chamber with a preset position, unwilling to listen, to be persuaded or otherwise by any argument, whether logical or otherwise, from the government side. I will treat you with the respect that you have shown to all my colleagues. Senator Morris, and you'll hear my voice breaking because I'm really saddened that that position was taken, where a decision is made outside of these chambers, and to come here and say, not one, that's the declaration, not one of these 8. So that which is what the Constitution asks us to do, to consider, do serious deliberation, being the review chamber. We haven't allowed ourselves to do it. So in that context, what we are in fact doing is abdicating that responsibility that was given to us by the Constitution. Right? So here you've been given the power under the Constitution, and you decide, well, outside, I'm not even going to listen to them. I will just vote as I've decided before, because it is not a considered position taken after you've heard all the argument. Senator Lambert Brown, your reputation precedes you. But let's not make light of what the seriousness of what we're doing. And I want, even at this very late hour, to ask my colleagues to reconsider the position that they've taken, that you've taken, given the serious nature and the risk which attends to our failure to extend these provisions. And the statistics have been trotted out and all, and I won't go into the fact that lives have been saved during the periods when the state of emergency has been put in place. Senator Crawford would pour cold water on it and say, but that's, we can argue down the road and we can argue, across the other alley, and we won't necessarily agree. But and I'm saying now that you may look at the numbers and, and you can say, well, during September, the fact is, we have never given the state of emergency a sufficiently long run to make a serious determination as to the full impact that a state of emergency would have on those figures. We have intentionally or otherwise set about to chop off the legs from the state of emergency. So it is left halfway limping and not been able to achieve what we believe on this side would have been an effective approach to allowing us the sufficient space to craft all the other pieces of legislation and to get them in place so that we could now enjoy a better state of things. I would want us to have a look back at what is required if you are going to review the decision that the GG made on the date when he made the order. Let's find out exactly what was done. Because any review chamber, serious about its work, would want to find out what it is that the JDF presented and what the JCF presented to the GG on the date when he made the declaration. And in the absence of having a very serious look at what was presented, you are really not acting truly as a review chamber. Senator Bunting, you're better placed. You're better placed. All the information is shared with you. I have to know that, right? So you're better placed. You know what has been presented. And the question is, if you doubt the information which has been presented via the JDF and the JCF, you could be placed, or you may have been placed, but that is not what you have said. You have raised matters about constitutionality and all of that, and we know that that is hogwash. Section 20 clearly sets out. It sets out the framework. And all that we now have to do is to consider whether that process had a legal foundation. And I have no doubt, the question I ask myself, whether the information which was available to the GG was true and correct on the date when it was presented to the GG. And if yes, if it remains true, then there is no basis in the absence of your bringing other information to render that which was presented to the GG null and void. There is no basis for a member of this review chamber to say, I do not believe that which was presented. And for that reason, and that reason alone, I am going to vote against these provisions. But what we do not have that information available. And in those circumstances, my colleagues, you are not on the right side of history. You will be judged and judged very badly. I ask you to reconsider your position, to look back at what was presented. And if you are satisfied that it was true, to vote for the extension of these proceedings and to vote for it up for the 46 days being sought under these orders. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute, Senator Golden. 1 minute, Senator Golden. Thank you, Senator Campbell.
Mr. President, the time being 4:20, I ask that the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day.
Thank you very much. Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I hope I am clear and not so jumbled today, because I must admit that I have had somewhat of an up and down and left side to right side view of the arguments I've been hearing from the opposition this morning. And you know, Mr. President, my experience in the courtroom, I've often found that when the opposition side or opposing counsel comes ill-prepared or with no valid basis for taking the position that they take, or no strong point, that their arguments are often clouded and grounded in matters that are not central to what needs to be determined by the court. And to some extent today, I had that feeling. I had that feeling when I heard Senator Brown repeat over and over again that the government could reimpose the state of emergency and that the opposition support was not necessary. I had that feeling when I heard Senator Crawford make up a point about the World Cup being responsible for the decrease in the crime rate. And I wondered if he had not been in the room at the time when Senator Bunting talked about correlation not being causation. I've listened all day, and I've listened to everybody today. I've been very quiet today. I've listened because I don't for 1 minute consider this a trite matter. I don't consider it a matter that should be treated with the glibness that I saw this morning, the theatrics that I saw this morning, because for me, I feel very much touched, almost palpably so, by the reality of the murder rate in this country. I wake up every morning feeling the stress of that. And I don't live in a neighborhood where gunmen are coming to my house to draw my daughter out. I don't live in a neighborhood where gunshots are likely to be flying around me at night. And even though I don't live in that kind of neighborhood, I still wake up every morning and I cannot get through the day. I do not get through the day without 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 cautionary statements to my children before they leave me about how to conduct themselves safely when they go on the road. I have a teenage son. I know Senator Fraser Binns has young sons. Mine is a teenager. He takes the public bus. He takes the public bus to school sometimes and from school sometimes. And I am petrified of the kinds of things that can happen to him between the school gate and the gate to come into his home. So I listened. And unfortunately, save and accept the explanation that Senator Scott Motley gave. And it's a point, Senator Scott Motley, on which we disagree. Happens sometimes. But save and accept your contribution. I felt today that there was no sincere basis for the arguments that I was hearing as reasons for not supporting the extension of the state of emergency. And I want to say this, if I can address the point that some have made, Senator Scott Motley, I know, certainly touched on it, the question of the need for the vote, the support of at least one opposition member. That is a construct that I support in principle. I think it is important for this chamber to be the check and balance. I think it is important for this chamber to have that power to protect our citizens against possible abuses of the executive. That's one of the things that's inherent in the separation of powers and the separation between one arm of government and the other. But what we have created in requiring that two-thirds majority for this kind of extension, Mr. President, was not intended to be used as a block, an obstructive force against the efforts to protect the citizens of this country. And save and accept the contribution on principle that I heard Senator Scott Motley make. That is what I heard being attempted. That is what I heard as an explanation for why the opposition members will not support the extension. And that was not the intention of the changes in the Charter of Rights to allow for the two-thirds majority. Mr. President, I often wonder if so much of what we experience in this country does not really reside in the traumatic past, the traumatic history that we have. Almost everything I feel can be explained from that, and I don't make that explanation lightly. I have spoken about it before. The way we speak to each other, the way we resolve disputes in intimate situations, friends on the schoolyard. We are swimming in a violent culture. And that violence has different levels, but it's almost always there in every interaction that we have with each other as a people. And so when Senator Scott Motley, when you talk about the nature of 2010 and the assault that was levied on the state, I agree with you. Those were absolutely emergency conditions. But I also feel, Senator Scott Motley, and this is where we divide, I also feel that emergency conditions exist today when we have over 1,000 and odd murders. And I think these emergency conditions have existed for many years. We have become numb to it. We have become accepting of the emergency state that we live in. We no longer think that this is so outrageous that extreme and drastic measures must be implemented to cauterize it. Normal policing, and so that's why we can have this conversation about normal policing strategies and toolkits. The state of emergency is an arsenal. It is it's part of what the Constitution gives us to manage a public emergency. But to say that because the emergency has been sustained means that it doesn't rise to the level of emergency is where I divide. Because I think that's an emergency. I think that if there's a neighborhood where girls are being abused in the homes every day, not because it happens for 10 years, doesn't mean that it's not an emergency for us to go in and get them. So how sustained it is not, in my view, what should cause any member on that side to not support its extension, but rather how outrageous it is for us to talk about the killing of 1,300 people every year. My son's school has 2,000 kids. I sat here today visualizing what it would mean to line up those children at the front of the school and shoot all of them. Because that's what I want. I want that visual of what it looks like to have that many people dead. And that is unacceptable to me. And so, Mr. President, I believe we are in a state of emergency. And my reading of the Constitution says that this kind of circumstance qualifies as a public emergency. And it is for that reason, Mr. President, why I will support the extension of the state of emergency for the period requested. I too agree with Senator Campbell that the intelligence and the information that the security forces gave to justify their request for a state of emergency. And there was a press conference, there were discussions about the engagement of gangs and what was happening with the gangs. I listened to it. That's not normal. And it is not to say that it's above normal, but it doesn't rise to the level of emergency. I don't agree with that. Because we will soon find ourselves, if we do not have a drastic cauterization of this, we will soon find ourselves in a situation where the security forces can't control the gangs because they have more money, more access. Now, I agree with you when you talk about what are the other measures that we need to implement. I want to see my government put these measures in place. I have seen measures being put into place over the past couple of years, and I spoke about this on the last occasion we looked at emergency powers regulation. And I think more has to be done, and I think it has to be done maybe a little faster. But there is no doubt in my mind we are talking about medium to long-term measures that's not going to bring the kind of drastic reduction in the murder rate that we need to see. And therefore, that is how I think the state of emergency and the use of states of emergency can be employed to help us to lower this. Make no bones about it. We have been on this trajectory, as Senator Samuda said, for over 40 years. All of his lifetime. Right? So let us not pretend that there is any one measure or any collection of measures that's going to take this down in a year. We are disingenuous when we say that these things are going to short-term take down the crime rate. We have so much we have to fix about what has gone wrong in this country, not the least of which is how we have become cultured over time to accept violent turnouts as if it's nothing. Mr. President, 32 per 100,000 is the murder rate that is supposed to constitute an emergency and the support of a measure like the state of emergency on the CMOC terms. We're somewhere around 44 per 100,000. I think, if I can remember which of the international bodies say the level of emergency is more than 10 per 100,000. We're at 46. I remember 15, 17 years ago, I visited Bermuda. And this was right after I had graduated from law school, and I went for a little vacation. And I was sitting around with my Bermudian friends who I just met. I only knew one, but she introduced me to others. And I was asking them about Bermuda. And I said to them, what's it like here? How, what's your crime like? I was very interested in the crime part because this is 2005, and back then, everybody there, the girls rode bikes, They were walking around all hours of the night, moving without cars, that kind of thing. And I saw them as an island state like Jamaica, and they said to me, we had a horrible year last year. It was absolutely devastating. I said, really? I said, how many people were murdered? They said 12. 12 people. And I said, oh my God, I never forget the comment I made. I said, oh my God, we kill 2 or 3 a day. And I said it glibly. I said it glibly because I too, at that stage of my life, had become accepting of this emergency condition that I live under as if it is the norm. I'm not asking for a permanent state of emergency, Senator Lambert Brown. I am asking for us to support this measure, to take the drastic action, give it enough time to sustain and bring the rates down. Demand the government to pass the relevant bills. Demand that they do it on a timeline. I have no difficulty with that and I will support it. But do not, I am begging my colleagues on the other side, do not allow us to miss this moment. I am asking at least one of you to support the extension of the state of emergency as requested. The time is now. We require this support now. Do not shirk it by saying the government must go and redeclare. Senator Ransford Braham put that argument where it properly should go. Let us all do our duty in this chamber. Vote yes, please. May it please you, Mr. President.
Minister, thank you very much, Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And allow me to thank colleagues who have presented their views today, and particularly thank Senator Golden Campbell for the note just struck and her intervention, setting the final note as I commence closure. I almost don't know where to start, because I do feel strongly that this is a moment, and it is an opportunity that can be taken or lost. And I really do continue to hope very deeply that it will be an opportunity that we take. Recognizing the comfort and the blessings of the privilege that each and every one of us enjoy. It's part of the honor that we have to serve this country from this chamber. And recognizing the seriousness with which we all take our oaths, and that there are legitimate differences of opinion. But we have been presented with certain facts. One is that no court has ruled that the SOE is unconstitutional. So that persons who have entered the chamber thinking that they would not vote because their understanding is that the courts have so ruled. That is not the case, let me assure you. And on further interrogation, that will be made quite clear to you as well. The Constitution about which we've heard quite a bit today in terms of the intention of the drafters, persons who were present at the debate and felt confident that they understood the sense. I think it's fair to also remember that the Constitution is a living, breathing instrument that must be interpreted in order to treat as best as possible with the realities that those who are charged with governing under it must confront, that the people must experience, and that in that context, recognizing that there are no time limits on the number of states of emergency that can be called, and recognizing also that any numbness, any immunity, any desensitization to violence and murders that has allowed for the incredibly high rate of deaths which we have experienced in this country to occur for so many years without it being recognized as an emergency and treated with accordingly under the Constitution, that does not mean that it is unconstitutional to so do. On the regulations, just to remind that the regulations were the subject of consultation, as has been discussed. And I think it's fair to say that the process was not optimal in terms of this sense of cooperation as received by the opposition. However, the substance of the changes, the government not only largely accepted the changes suggested by the leader of the opposition, but they went further. And they took on board the concerns that were raised by the courts, such that the regulations that are before us today are not the regulations which were considered by the court or are now the subject of appeal. These are different regulations which took on board the concerns, notwithstanding any pending ruling or appeal, and treated with them in advance, in good faith, and in recognition of the fact that things can always be made better, and that the goal was always not to stretch the mechanism to the point of breaking, but to just do the very best to save lives. So the regulations that are before us are not the ones that are currently before the court, and I want to make that point clear. Mr. President, the concern that was raised regarding the scraping up of people, quote unquote, I just want to share that this must always be a concern. And again, I think that as you look at the implementation of the states of emergency, they have become more fine-tuned, they've become more strategic, they have developed better results because there have been genuine attempts made to make sure that they are as focused and effective as possible without straining the reins of the guardrails of the Constitution. So the persons who have been brought in, yes, persons have been released and persons have been detained. The persons who were taken in for questioning, or rather the persons who were taken in for questioning for defined reasons. They're taken in because during an operation at locations known to be frequented by gangs and gang activity, they were found at that location. They were found with persons of interest or wanted persons. Their names have been called with respect to specific offenses, but on questioning, there's not sufficient to keep them at that time. And community members have identified them as persons generally associated with criminal elements. So they're taken in for questioning, and then they're released if there's not sufficient to hold them at that time. But they're sufficient for them to be questioned. So there is no sort of, I can't remember the phrase that was used, trampling on the rights of 3,000 to gather 300. I can't remember the drama. The dramatic phrase. The dramatic phrasing that was used. But what is happening now is not what has happened in any previous state of emergency. And I think it's fair to say that it would be unreasonable, while having recognized emergencies that you accept before, that an emergency must always take the same form. Emergencies can manifest differently, and the fact that they have subsisted for a time does not take away the critical importance of intervention. Mr. President, I won't address the World Cup plan reference by any more than to say that we really shouldn't bring that type of urban myth into this kind of debate. It's that serious. And I also want to also say, Mr. President, or rather to remind, the point made by Senator Campbell that we really should think very carefully about whether it is that our actions question the credibility, the veracity, the strength of the intelligence and advice based on which the Governor General was satisfied that circumstances existed that would trigger his action under his oath as granted by the Constitution. That we should think very seriously about it. And, you know, I always believe that there's no mind that can't change, there is no heart that can't be turned, except, of course, with the psychopaths. It's unlikely, because that is a different type of discussion.
Be careful.
So, I'm saying, outside of here,
please explain, yes.
Outside of here. All right, a light moment, but we are at a moment. If it is that the state of emergency lapse, the momentum that has been picked up, the rhythm of reduction of murders that exists, it will be disrupted. The gains will be lost, and it will be harder to pick them up again. It may be possible again. As has been indicated by Senator Braham, clearly the government would have the opportunity to declare again, but perhaps not in the manner that's being recommended by the latest KC. It is, I was actually waiting for that. Exactly. I was actually waiting for that.
Exactly.
But the point is, Mr. President, that one person has in his or her hands the power, and it is an awesome power when you think about it. 1,300 plus persons dead. We have moved from 23 to 6 in 9 days, in 10 divisions. Instead of the communities worrying about the criminals are worrying about the police and the soldiers. They are worrying about the state of emergency. We're moving into a season which, on a good day, or in good days, put security forces under pressure. But we're moving in at a time when our murder rates have been inordinately high. They have been spiking. 63 murders in 2 weeks. People in the world live in places where 3 murders in a year is a crisis. Is a crisis. And I think without that relativity of understanding and constantly hearing sometimes how other people live, we don't realize what we're putting up with in this country sometimes. And we need to fix it. We need to do what we can. So no, states of emergency are not a routine tool. They are not something to draw for anytime there is a quote-unquote uptick. But we are in a chronic situation, and they deliver reduced murders. They save lives. So whatever it is that you can draw upon, the feelings on which we don't have a monopoly, Senator Scott Motley, the sentiments we have, and the empathy we have for those around us who suffer in ways that we can't imagine on a daily basis because we just have too many blessings. I'm asking for the opposition. I recognize not expecting a rush en masse, but I'm asking for one vote. I'm asking for the ability of our security forces to use the constitutional powers granted to them by the Governor General's proclamation. I'm asking about the power that your oath has given you and the lives that you can save. When we speak about a 5-month-old caught in crossfire, that baby shouldn't be just a statistic. And I don't think you have to be a mother to feel what a horrible, horrible loss that baby's life was. Mr. President, I'll go no further, but I hope that we can count on one vote together with ours. Let's give the security forces what they need. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. There are 2 motions before us. The emergency powers, parishes of Clarendon, or as our colleague earlier said, Clarendon, and St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Continuous Resolution 2022, and the emergency powers, parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, Continuous Continuance Resolution 2022. And the question is that the motions be approved. Madam Clerk? Yes, that's why I mentioned the two of them. Yes, so you're voting on both, unless there is an issue.
Senator Allen?
No.
Senator Braham? Senator Bunting? No. Senator Brown?
I've been moved by the Jamaica Council of Churches. No.
Senator Campbell? Yes. Senator Campbell Rodriguez? Yes. Senator Crawford?
No.
Senator Fraser Binns? No. Senator Gale?
Yes.
Senator Golding Campbell? Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Johnson Smith? Senator Dr. Longmore?
A wishful yes.
Senator Dr. Morris? No. Senator Gabriela Morris? No. Senator Samuda? Yes. Senator Scott Motley? Senator Sinclair? Yes. Senator Webby? Yes. Senator Williams? Yes. Mr. President?
Yes. I don't need anybody's mathematical genius to announce. Ayes 13, the noes 8. The motion is not carried. Minister? Miss
Mr.
Curtis.
President, I'm just asking that the notices of motion given orally be recommitted.
I'm thinking that there was something that I was to recommit as well. Okay, that's what you just said? Okay. The question is that the item be recommitted as stated by the minister. Those in favor? Those in favor? Aye. Against? Minister?
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, be it resolved that, in accordance with Section 64 of the Security Interest in Personal Property Act 2013, this Honourable Senate may appoint a select committee comprising of the following members: Senator Aubin Hill, Chair; Senator Leslie Campbell; Senator Safar Longmore; Senator Shireen Golding Campbell; Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns; and Senator Floyd Morris, to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the House of Representatives to conduct a statutory review of the Act and report its findings to this Honourable Senate. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice. At a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take a motion. Public business.
Thank you very much. So we return to public business.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Continue.
I move, Mr. President, that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Against? One minute, please. Minister?
Mr. President, it is not anticipated to do any further business today. Might the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed?
The motion for the adjournment.
Yes, on the motion, Mr. President.
Yes.
to raise an issue of national importance, a little bit jaded. So we have started the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and that starts today, and it will extend until December 10th. Considering what we have just gone through today, I think we are quite aware around violence and how it affects us. The theme of the activism is unite to end violence against women and girls, resist the rollback on women's rights. And at the same time, there's a calendar of events that are being orchestrated by the Ministry of Culture, Gender and Sports. And at the same time, I'll take the opportunity to recognize World AIDS Day next week, which is equalize the call to action to help put in proven practical actions to address inequalities and stigma associated with HIV/AIDS. Mr. President, I won't belabor our time here this evening. I think we all have a lot to absorb. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Children. It is a day when we have been debating the whole aspect of violence in our country. And sometimes I think it is unfortunate that we take violence in segments. But this issue of domestic violence should rise to the top of the agenda, because Jamaica has the second highest level of femicide in Latin America and the Caribbean. That is to say that in terms of how we view the murder rate, the murder of women when disaggregated rises to an even higher level. It is important that we condemn violence against women. We have been long promised an amendment to the Domestic Violence Act, and I use this opportunity to ask the government to give it the high priority that other acts of violence are met with, and to pass the amendments as expeditiously as the Firearms Act and the approach to the Bail Act. I want to ask the government to demonstrate its commitment. The fine for a breach of a protected order is $10,000. We have discussed it, and we have agreed that in the same way that we have passed legislation which, through the fines and the sentences, send a message to the society, that we would also do so with the Domestic Violence Act. The Sexual Harassment Act was passed in discourse between the women of the Parliament. We had hoped that it would have come into effect from January this year. We have heard nothing further about it. And there are many people who have been passionately advocating today in this room who have special skills in this area. And I appeal to them to put their passion behind the cause of women. Also, finally, I appeal to parliamentarians that they call out violence where they see it. And I'm going to be very specific, because it has been raised not by the opposition but by Minister Tufton on a political platform. Those who seek forgiveness for any acts which they have committed first need to confess, admit, and then the society, I think, can at that time determine whether they find it in themselves to pardon that person. But the dodging is a kind of dodging and double standards which the opposition is being accused of today. It's very interesting That is what the opposition is being accused of today, and that is what has been demonstrated by the parliamentarians and legislators to the point where two women crossed the floor to give comfort and succor to somebody who it has been alleged has committed an act of violence towards a woman. I want to applaud the amendment to the Firearms Act, which disqualifies persons against whom allegations have been made from holding a firearms act. And I want to join in the appeal to end violence, not just in the society, generally, but to focus on the elimination of violence against women and children today, if it pleases you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question put is that the Senate be adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.